Yeah. It's cool. All right, good morning, everybody. You want to follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and do the county business. We pray that you would be in this meeting, that you would guide our commissioners and give them wisdom. We ask, Father, that you would protect our county employees and look after them as they go about the work of serving the county. Pray in Jesus' name.
Good morning, everybody. I think that Gary talked to us, or just mentioned here a second ago, about a way that we can do the consent agenda. Gary, do you want to?
Right. On our agenda here, we've always had up at the top something called the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a way that with one motion you can approve more than one, or usually several routine items without having to go through each one. Many councils and commissions use this. We've had it on here always, but we've just not for years actually done it. So I was explaining that if you want to approve the minutes, the claims, and the adds and abates all in one fell swoop, you can just do a motion to approve the consent agenda, and it'll cover all those. If you have specifics you want to talk about anyone, you can break them out and do it separately. So that's just up to you. But I just realized that we'd never talked about that.
So when we talk, like it says, if we do this and we do like the add and abates, we say there's,
You won't
don't give no proper details.
You don't have to give any details. They're available if anybody wants to see them. They're public documents. And you would just say you want to approve the consent agenda.
You have to state the amount of the claims.
He breaks it out all in the meeting minutes, right?
Yeah, and I'm not urging you to necessarily do that. I just tell you that it is an option.
How do you guys feel?
I'm fine doing it how we do it. This is how we want to do it.
If you
Yeah, we can just keep doing it the
take
way we're
that.
doing it. Not a big deal.
Okay. I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes from last month's meeting.
I'll second it. Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $345,664.82.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moving seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion that we approve add and abate 2022-825 and 2022-824.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moving seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I don't know.
The 2023 year or park year-to-date report. So we have January, our total income, $14,937.63. And our expense totals was $35,019.11, and a loss of $20,081.49.
You might want to explain why the expense was so high that month. It's down at the bottom there.
January includes annual K-Camp insurance of $5,569.08. The 2 months of Evergy totaling $2,114.76, and the rural water district number 1 totaling $1,911.20 due to a water leak. I thought that was the same thing.
What's that?
Just the cabin rentals and with the Airbnb.
Probably breaking it out to try to determine
Just-
how viable one is versus the other.
And the Airbnb's one of the cabins, right?
Yeah, she rents it. So I take it that this, where it says under cabin rentals, it's just, I wonder if it's just a total, that's what,
I think under cabin rentals, it's everything but the one that's Airbnb.
Right.
Is that what,
That's the way I would look at it.
I
too.
believe that's what she said when she explained this before, I think.
all right, well, you guys have anything else right off the bat?
Yeah, I'm just going to inform you guys that we have offered our office assistant position to Lauren Edwards. And she will start February 27th at range 9, step B, at $16.97.89 per hour. So that position has been filled.
What's she gonna be doing?
She's going to be our clerk's office assistant,
Did you say who that was again?
Lauren Edwards.
Lauren Edwards, okay.
You also want to vote to move next week's meeting.
Oh, and we need to move next week's meeting to Tuesday because of the holiday on Monday.
I'll make a motion, we move next week's meeting from Monday to Tuesday because of a holiday.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I will be out of town and won't be able to attend that meeting.
And that's the 21st, right?
Yes.
Gary, you got anything right off the bat?
Nothing critical, no.
Missy?
Okay, I'll start off with our activity reports for last week. We did 3 COVID tests, 2 family planning, 3 COVID boosters, 1 TB skin test, and we did 15 WIC. And this week, I will be out on Thursday for a regional nurses meeting. And then the end of March is a governor's public health conference in Manhattan. I would encourage you all to go. Jim, I thought you might especially like it. First day kickoff is Public Health 101, and it kind of tells all the ins and outs of public health.
When is this?
March 28th, 29th, and 30th. March 28th, that's the kickoff day. And should have numbers for you next week. I've been working on that, so. Any questions?
I don't have any.
Thank you, Missy.
Thanks.
Galen? Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. I'm going to hand out the January ambulance report to review with you. So for anyone who hasn't familiar with the report, each month we review the data, kind of more detailed data for the previous month on ambulance performance and utilization. So this is the monthly report for Linn County for the month of January. I'll just review requests by city and go on from there. So 3 requests fell into a category without a particular city identified in the address. 0 transports out of those 3 requests. 2 requests out of Blue Mountains with 1 transport. Centerville had 4 requests with 2 transports. Fontana, a call that fell into Fontana, had 1 request and 1 transport. Lacine had 23 requests and 17 transports. Linn Valley had 4 requests and 3 transports. Mound City had 18 requests and 12 transports. Parker had 6 requests and 4 transports. Pleasanton had 25 requests and 17 transports. Prescott had 4 requests and 4 transports. So all told for the county, there were 90 requests for ambulance service and 61 transports. And then broken out our response times per district. District 1, we had 27 total requests and 20 transports. The average response time for District 1 was 8 minutes, 52 seconds. District 2 had 37 requests and 27 transports. The average response time for District 2 was 10 minutes and 24 seconds. District 3 had 23 requests and 14 transports. And the average response time for District 3 was 13 minutes, 20 seconds. Total average response time for the county was 10 minutes and 42 seconds. And then as far as our unit deployment, we're scheduled to have 1,488 ambulance unit hours in service. And we had 1,487, so we're scheduled or staffed up and deployed 99.9% of the time. And a unit hour is just simply one actual hour that an ambulance is in service. And then total transports out of the county by helicopter in January were that I forgot to update that number. It wasn't 2 total, it was 4 total. 2 were for suspected stroke. 1 was for a suspected heart attack, and 1 was for a trauma from a motor vehicle collision. Any questions on that data for January? And so far, in the month of February, we're at 21 transports. In the last 7 days, we've had 17 transports. So we started out, the first week was quite a bit lower volume, and this last 7 days has gotten quite a bit busier. So that's where we're at for the month. like I reported last week, I have 2 EMTs that are finishing up their orientation to start filling in their spots in the schedule. And we keep recruiting for 1 full-time paramedic. I think that's all I have for you. Anything for me?
Thank you, Gabe.
I have something for you, Gavin.
Yeah.
Where does your life flight come out of? So if we send one here, if you send one here, where does it come out of?
So the first request goes, well, it depends on which part of the county it's out of. So our dispatch, they manage the early activation of the helicopter, and the north of the county goes to the ambulance the helicopter out of Overland Park, and then the south half of the county goes to the helicopter out of Chanute. And then if the way it works with FlightCom, if one's already on another assignment or not available for mechanical or whatever reason, it just bounces to the next closest and the next closest. So
So there at Chanute, is it just like a home base for you guys? Or do you guys have, is the life flight in-house? Or is it you guys have that contract? Is it in-house?
it's a sister company. Yep. Yeah, both the Overland Park and Chanute helicopters are sister companies. And yeah, they're hangared in different situations at those locations.
Well, at Chanute, what is that? Is that a city airport or what? Do you know what it is?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm going to chat with the program director today just to answer some of your questions about that we talked about last week.
Okay.
I know they have a hangar because there's a program called CAMES that accredits, is a accrediting body for helicopter services. And so being CAMES accredited, they have certain criteria that they have to meet with being able to house the helicopter out of the weather and different things like that, having certain availability requirements for fuel and things like that. So,
And our airport's not listed as one of our 6 or 7 landing spots, is it? Do you know?
no, so we have 11 or 12, we call them designated landing
Oh, is there that
zones
many?
throughout the county. And those were set up years ago by engaging the helicopter pilots to designate areas that we basically cleared ahead of time, that we determined were safe. They didn't have overhead power lines, things like that, so that the helicopters can always land at those locations. They don't necessarily need to have like the fire department there for possible suppression or blocking traffic to secure the landing zone. So the local airport's not one of the locations. Anything else?
I don't have anything else.
I don't know anything.
All right. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Eggold with Linn County Rural Fire. I gave you the incident report for the last 7 days. We had 7 incidents. On those incidents, if you look, there's one that's a special type incident. What that was actually a follow-up from a previous fire. Just going and interviewing one of the neighbors at it. Brings our call total for the year up to 41. The only other thing I have is the noxious weed department donated a transferred equipment to the fire department. We have a pickup that sits in the Pleasanton station, not utilized during brush season or anything. So they gave us a tank and skid unit. We're putting that in that truck, gives us a backup brush truck or just a secondary truck we can take out. So we appreciate that, utilizing that piece of equipment that they weren't using. So that'd be up and running probably by the end of this week. So other than that, I have nothing.
Do you have, you have contract terms between you and the municipalities, right?
As far as fire response, we have automatic aid agreements, which all expired in 2018.
So what do we need to do there?
We're working on, and we've discussed that about redoing those agreements, just how we want to handle that moving forward.
And that's just the municipalities that have their own fire department?
Yep, so that'd be Linn Valley, the city of Lacine, and the city of Pleasanton. We cover everything else in the county.
I mean, what does that consist of? Is there like a board that needs to meet and talk about that, or how, I mean, what's the process of doing that?
So process would be working through it through the fire board, giving them the mutual aid agreements, automatic aid agreements, let them look at it. I'll bring it back to you guys and take it to the actual cities that are on those.
Do you know, do you have an idea of when you think those will be complete, or we'll be talking more in depth about them?
Our next board meeting's not until the third week of this month. So it'll be after that. I can bring what the expired ones are. I can bring them in because all three of them are pretty much the same.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be,
Okay.
How long have they been expired?
Since 2018,
118?
28,
20 of 18.
5 years.
that's something that we should probably have in place.
Yeah.
And are the cities aware of that? I mean, are they,
I have not spoke to Lacine. I have been in contact with Pleasanton on theirs. So,
yeah, if you could bring those next week, maybe if we could talk a little more about it, just, a little more in depth and see exactly what they should, entail and
Okay.
go from there, if you don't mind.
no problem.
How long do we usually sign mutual aid agreements?
The last ones that expired were for 10 years. So, they were done in 2008.
And I mean, basically, what does that cover? I mean, just off the top of your head?
So what it is, like I said, all three of them read the same, pretty much automatic aid. If they're paged out, we're paged out for backup, and we're supplying equipment and manpower. Other than false alarms, there's no charges. If we get paged out for a bunch of false alarms, then we can go back and charge them for it. Everything else is just, we're showing up and helping them out. And it's their scene. We're just providing manpower and equipment.
I mean, if they have a city fire department, do they show up at all those city fires typically?
Yes, for the most part. So, all the city departments are paged before we are paged.
And if it's a city fire, are they in charge of the scene?
Yes, according to that automatic aid agreements that we have. Now, if we show up and they do not have a representative there, it is our fire scene.
And then the county pays all the wages?
Yeah.
Always, right?
And we show up no matter what?
If we're paged, we show up unless we get canceled.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
Jessica, you got anything? Good.
Thank you.
Okay, first off, the Safe Streets for All grant that we went in with the Regional Planning Commission last fall. The Planning Commission was awarded that grant, so that means that we will have a $1 million street study of the Southeast Kansas region over the next, I think, 2 years. Our matching portion as of right now is just over $1,500. But there's a chance that KDOT will cover the entire matching portion and we won't have to pay for it at all. So we don't have an exact amount yet. But that was
What was that one?
Safe Streets for All. It was part of the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Is that the develop of the industrial park? Is that part of that?
No.
That wasn't? Okay.
It's just to do a study of our roads and see which ones are safe and
Oh, I
which
got you,
ones need
okay.
improvement.
You have, the first thing on your packet there is tire bids. Those came back last week, excuse me. The foreman and I sat down, we had 3 complete bids and 1 incomplete bid. Do you want me to read these totals out?
Yeah, that would be appropriate.
Okay, Conlon Tire bid $35,058.74. Goodyear Tire bid $36,236. And Pomp's Tire was $30,295.72. The foreman would like to go with Pomp's Tire.
And these are for big tires like graders and
Graders,
Loaders.
tractors, backhoe,
dump truck,
dump trucks,
not just your regular tires.
loaders, right.
What was the
Looks like 46 tires. total.
46 total?
Actually, it's 50. Todd added 4. So it's 50 tires.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Pomp's tire bid or tires for Public Works.
Did this include the land? I already asked you that, didn't I? Landfill, if they included in here?
They did not
They
tell
don't
me
have-
that they needed anything.
I'll second motion. Any more discussion on it?
Nope.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next up, we have 2 neighborhood revitalization programs. The Housing Committee looked at these. We've met twice. We've spent a lot of time on these programs. They wanted us to separate them out, have one program for new construction, one for rehabilitation, which is what we've done. I sent them to you last week. Had you guys had a chance to look at them? Do you have any questions?
What did we do on the housing committee? Did we get somebody in mind? Did we get somebody on that in mind?
Yes, you're full.
Okay.
Can you, I haven't had a chance. I mean, I didn't have a chance to look at my email. I got an email, but I've been dealing with other stuff. But can you kind of explain it a little bit?
Yes, so on the new construction one, we start with the appraised valuation as of January 1 of the year that they apply for the program. They build their house. As long as, when the construction is completed, as long as the new appraised valuation is more than $50,000 than the original appraised valuation, they will get tax rebates for 5 years.
After the work's complete.
After the work is completed, yes. Year 1 is 100%, and it's on the difference. It's not the total amount of the property tax. It's on the difference between the appraised valuations. So year 1 here is 100%, year 2 is 75, 3 and 4 are 50, and 5 is 25%.
And you have those capped, correct?
Yes, we have 10 new construction per year, and the due date for that is the end of March each year. The Housing Committee will look through the applications and make recommendations to you all as far as which ones to approve.
What all is our, what do we have to be involved in? Just picking the,
So it's just like any other program I have that people submit applications for. They fill out the application, turn it in. As long as they have all their documentation included, I'll present it to the Housing Committee. And then after that, I will bring their recommendations to you all.
So are you looking for action on these today?
Well, so for the moderate income housing grant that we're applying for this week, it's due this week. We have more application points if we have a tax program in place. If you're not comfortable approving it today, it doesn't mean we can't apply. That's up to you all. The other one is for rehabilitation. That one, similar guidelines, there's no cap and there's no due date. The committee thought that that would be a better bet because sometimes people don't know at the beginning of the year if they're going to remodel that year or not. So they thought it was better to not have caps on that one. For the rehabilitation, it's 100% rebate on the property taxes of the difference of valuation for 5 years. They have to increase the value by $20,000 or 20% for residential property, $25,000 or 25% for commercial property.
There's no cap on the top end though, right, is what you said as far as?
Not the way it's written.
Okay.
And the purpose of these is to try to,
Okay, increase our tax base, increase our quality housing stock in the county. We are, with Darcy's position, we're really focusing on housing this year. We need more housing, we need better housing, we need to be able to have our young people find jobs here and live here and raise their families here. For our community to thrive. So that's the goal, is to try and increase the housing for our communities.
Now, is the city, do they waive taxes too?
The cities can opt into this with an interlocal agreement after we approve it or after we adopt it. There are a couple that have indicated to me that they're most likely going to. If they do that, those interlocal agreements have to be approved by the Attorney General's office before we can officially approve them. But they do that all the times. So
Is this the county general or all taxing entities?
this is for the county because that's all we have. That's all we can control. So they would still pay property taxes on their school and cities and all that unless those entities get involved in the program.
Yeah.
You want to get the
Go ahead
mic?
and come to the mic and
Hi, I'm Kathy Burgess, County Appraiser, and I can appreciate the neighborhood revitalization plan and what's in the works here. Our office would be highly involved in this process. I did meet with Jessica with more of a one-on-one. This was the first time I had seen this version this morning, so I haven't really had time to review it. I'm not sure if also there's two other players in this, is the treasurer's office, Janet, who would have to do the distributions, and also the clerk's office, who would, David Lamb, who would have to help with that process as far as, working with the different taxing entities and their NRP programs. So I'm not sure, I haven't had time to meet with them, and I haven't had time to review this plan. This morning when I looked over it, it's very general, so I do have some questions, but if you do move forward with this, I think that maybe it would be great if us three individuals could meet with the Housing Committee as well. So that would be my suggestion.
And is it fair to say that if they approve this today, and then after your meetings, there are some changes that we want to make, we can make those changes?
We can amend it, yes.
you feel comfortable with that if we do that?
It's a lot of process. processes that have to be hammered out here, so that's my only big concern here, is that it's very general.
So the only thing that will be different if we wait a week, we could lose some points on
On the grant application, yeah.
the grant. How much? Do you have any idea?
No.
No, but there are a lot of applicants, I will say. I spoke to them this morning.
So it makes it a real competitive situation.
It's very competitive.
When she asked about the general things, I mean, they were left that way so that you could work with them and create those policies?
Yes.
Or-
This is kind of a, well, I mean, we haven't done this before. I haven't done this before. The housing committee hasn't done this before. So we are trying to see what works, see what doesn't. If something doesn't work, we talked about that at our last meeting on Friday. We can make amendments to something. We also want to be able to include as many people as we can in this process. Homeowners, people who want to rehab, things like that. So it was left fairly general on purpose.
I mean, if the cities weren't, open to abating the taxes, I mean, what would make us want to consider an application for that town or whatever? I mean, we would only be the ones taking the tax hit. Why would, I mean, I don't know. The cities don't know if they want to be involved in it.
Well, the schools aren't even planning on it either, and that's half the tax money, right?
If the cities are going to be involved in this one, they have to wait for us to adopt it anyway. And the point of us approving a grant application, or I'm sorry, an abatement application, if the city is not involved, is that's still a home in the county that's either improved or built. And the city citizens are also county citizens, so it would, impact our county.
What percentage of the tax are we talking here as far as the 100% of the taxes? What percent is it?
Of the portion that's
For the county?
the increase.
Yeah, but for the county.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying, what portion is it? Can you tell me?
Do what? What are you asking?
What portion of the tax is actually county tax?
Yeah.
Like on a basic house, what goes to the cities, what goes to school, what goes to the county?
Breaks down the school gets probably half the tax, right?
Can you answer that?
I can't answer that. I can just, I have the abstracts from like 2022 that when I'd met, it's been a while since I've met with Jessica on this, but overall, countywide, we have a truth in taxation that we have to, piece that we have to do when we certify our values. And so last year for 2022, the increase in new residences, there was 221. These are broke down, not just residences, but other improvements to remodeling, different things, new construction gain. So totally on a new valuation gain that came into the county, we had about 12.5 million come into the county with an assessed value of almost 6 million. And then on the remodel or renovation gain, we had 1.6 million in appraised and about 186,000 in assessed valuation. So it could have an impact on different entities depending on whether they wanted to opt in. I think it is a great program. I think that when you look at a neighborhood revitalization, when I look at it, and I've been very involved in other counties I've been at on this process, and I think it's you want to bring in some new construction. You want to redevelop dilapidated areas and different things. So I think it's a good thing. I just think that I don't know the whole process as far as getting one into action, but typically it's a 95% rebate because definitely it takes numerous
numerous offices to make this plan happen. So there's typically an administration fee involved there. I know that there's a $100 application fee, but every year there's administratively, we have quite a bit of work to do on this, so.
Well, you have to make a few on-site visits and stuff, your office?
Yeah, we would have to be involved. There's a tracking process. In other counties I've been in, I brought a sample of, there's quite a list of procedures that has to happen, timelines that have to be put in place. And so our office would be, typically our offices would have to, go out there and consistently track progress of this. I don't know how involved Darren and the economic, the planning and zoning would be involved, but typically certificate of occupancies for the new dwellings. When it says manufactured homes or mobile homes, is that including real? Because we got a lot of those coming in to our county, are manufactured homes on real estate. So there's just a few things that, but there is quite the procedural, because it goes through our office. Once it's done, we have to, within here, it talks about how we have to, if it doesn't qualify, we have to give a written statement to the applicant. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that we have to do. So, and then we value each year, and it does need to be 100% complete. But there's processes when we go to certify. And I don't know, and this is something I would talk to David and Janet about. I know I talked to staff previously, and they said that we did have a revitalization program at one time here, but I don't know. They said that it was a manual tracking. So I'm not sure if our tax administration software supports the distribution process. So it's something I haven't talked to Janet about, so.
So you're saying if we do this, then you guys will have to go into the houses, you'll actually have to go in and verify?
No, we don't go into the properties. Yeah, we have to go to the
You said it was
properties.
finished. I thought you said.
Yeah, as I say, typically, the planning and zoning,
It's in the city. If they build the house in the city, planning and zoning here have nothing to do.
okay, well,
One of the things that have to be worked out.
yeah, I mean, specifics.
Verify that it got done, then. That's what I'm saying, is if it goes into the city, who verifies?
They would need a building permit. So if it happens in the city, then planning and zoning wouldn't go in if it happens in the city. So they would need a building permit, but it would be if they do it for a house, then the housing committee can go in, I guess. But the appraiser would have to.
Well, we
They take pictures.
we
They
do.
can't take pictures where those pictures are acceptable with this.
Okay, we do an on-site, inspection, because statutorily we have to do a % complete of the home. If it's, let's say they didn't get started till October and it's only 30% complete, then there's a checklist within state checklist we have to go through. Well, the foundation's there, but we do everything from the exterior. We do not go into the interior. So anyway, so let's say it doesn't get complete, then it wouldn't qualify that year. It would have to wait till it's 100% complete. So it could be a couple-year process, and then, but the first year it would not go on until it's. So we have people get confused.
How do we
Yeah.
know that it is complete then if we're done?
Well, you're gonna probably have to rely on our office to make that recommendation, because those are some things that, we'll have to put into place. For sure.
Have in their owners self-reporting to my office so that then we can communicate with Kathy's and say that the homeowner says they're done.
So that they're not going out and making unnecessary trips.
Right.
Correct. We've spoken to David, and David is, I don't need to speak for David, but David has said this program does not at all seem like a program that was done in the past. And, so we can talk to him when he returns again.
So it's a 5-year rebate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll lose, we won't generate taxes up front, but what's the long term? Is there anything long term that is gonna cause us any more issues throughout the county long term?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, we have, well, I don't want to get into it, but as I said last week, I just don't know enough about it. It seems like there's a lot of unanswered questions. Is there a way for us to put all this stuff out, way prior to you coming here and talking about it and letting all the departments put their input on it?
That's-
Is there like a discussion board or something?
That's
we
what the
can do?
laptops are for, right?
I don't know. I don't have one.
We don't have it yet, but it's on the way.
If you don't want to approve it today, we can talk about it again next week. That's fine.
How do you guys feel about it? Now at the county, we have so if a business comes in, we give them a rebate, right? We have an in-house policy, right?
We don't have anything no, nothing official, no. We do those on an as-needed basis, which is in the past, I've been told the way that the commission wanted to keep it. If you guys want me to write something up and have an official policy, I would be more than happy to do that. I would rather do it that way.
I feel like there's a few unanswered questions right now that we don't have answers to, whether we approve it today or wait, I don't know what benefit or.
I would suggest that the benefit of the additional points on the grant application is worth the step of going ahead and approving it now with full knowledge that you can change anything in this program as they get it worked out. But it's going to take them several weeks to get this worked out.
But it goes back to the point too, is not knowing what the rules are on the grant application
Right.
until we know it. We could be tying ourselves to something that.
We have an airport that does the same thing. I'm opposed to it right now, Jessica. I mean, I know it's a great thing, but I just don't know enough about it to make a decision on it.
So do you want to talk about it again next week?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be my,
Well, to give you guys time to work to it and give us a little bit more information.
It's those things where it's a good deal. I just think that some departments need to work together and there needs to be some communication between us as far as how this process is going to work, because it does put and some extra burden. I think it is a good thing. I've seen it work in other communities. I just think that this is pretty broad and that there's some things that we all need to make sure, our ducks in a row before the final is final.
I would think of this draft as a placeholder for the program that will eventually evolve. Was that a fair description?
what's the benefit of, opting into this rather than just creating our own?
They are creating, we did.
This is ours.
Well, but we didn't take anybody else's opinion into
Yes, we did.
consideration, any
Yes, we did.
offices or-
We've met with the cities. Darcy and I sat down with Kathy and we integrated some of her suggestions. We've met with the housing committee twice about it. So
Your economic development committee.
the economic development committee saw it. We have taken others and other opinions.
You met with the city, but they didn't give you no answer on it?
I didn't ask them to tell me if they would be involved. I asked them for suggestions on how to create the program. And we implemented many of their suggestions.
And this won't just be for city housing either. I mean, we can do it if somebody in the rural area.
It's throughout the county.
County, right? That's what.
This was emailed out on Friday for us to review.
Yes, and I
This
did
is-
intend
this
to
is
get it.
existing in the county, so, and I know you probably, you probably did your
have
homework,
anything with
but I do, so.
I intended to get it out before Friday. Our housing committee met Friday at 1:00. I sent it to you as soon as I could after the meeting.
How long has the housing committee been in place? Didn't we just approve?
3 weeks?
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? So, you know, we're kind of up against timelines here as far as the grant application, things that way. That's why it's moving so quickly.
Yes.
We just had an argument last week about approving grants on the, on the flow here. I'm just not, I'm sorry if that irritates you, but I'm not gonna make a decision based on something I don't know anything enough about to do that, so, I'd be willing to look at it next week in detail.
Okay.
How many points are we losing, Jessica, by waiting? I mean, what?
Does it specify that?
We don't have the scoring matrix.
Okay, so the second request I have for in relation to the moderate income housing grant, we also get extra points if we have a construction company involved and we can submit their resume with the grant application. To that end, I sent out an RFP last week, 2 weeks ago. We advertised it last week. I sent it directly to some developers who had been interested in the program. We had one respond. It was Page Construction. And the Chad Page came to the Housing Committee meeting last week, answered some questions, had really good discussion. Where is it? Okay, so the Housing Committee moved to recommend that the commission accept Page Enterprises LLC's resume as a contractor for the MIH grant application, and then continue to accept additional contractor resumes for 90 days. That way we get the points on the application for having a contractor involved, but we're not limited to just that one contractor if someone else wants to be involved.
We just have the contractor in place.
Yep.
What else is included on the point system? I mean, what else is it?
So those are the two kind of extra credit things. The rest is budgeting and if we have matching funds, which aren't required, but we get points for supplying them, which we've allocated the extra $100,000 of ARPA money to be ARPA, matching funds. And our narrative and,
Letters of support.
letters of support, how many houses we are wanting to build, if we have control of the lots, things like that.
And we already approved for you to submit for this grant.
Yes.
So by not allowing these to go through, we're just hindering the process once again.
Well, she said it was extra credit for these two items we're talking about.
What I'm trying to say, Danny, is that I feel like we should have not approved for her to go for the grant if we weren't going to support her in going for the grant. That's the statement that I'm trying to make.
I don't have a problem with this moving forward. If, like I said, if we can go back to everybody looking over the program and making the changes to where everybody can come to the table and talk about it. It's, like I say, it's, we can break the tax part down. If the school's not buying into it, we're talking about less than half of it probably.
Yeah, the way I did a little quick calculation, looked some stuff up and our mill, the county mill levy is around what, 42 mils, something like that. The school districts vary, of course, and so the percent depends on the school district.
Just depends on which town.
Right. The school districts vary from low as 30 to as high as 85. And the cities vary from as low as 45. Well, the major cities, as low as, no, I'm sorry, the schools are 45 to 56 and the cities are between 30 and 85. So if you take the low end and the high end, The low end has the county tax being 22% of the overall, and the high end has the county tax being 35% of the overall. So it's somewhere in that neighborhood.
And I have not approached the school districts yet to see if they were interested.
Well,
I
it
mean-
benefit them too.
Sure.
It would.
They benefit them a lot, but
Their
housing and
their teachers can't find homes. Their teachers can't find homes. I mean,
parents that have kids too.
right.
I think we'll look at asking school too.
I'm good with that.
They ought to buy into it too.
Go with that much better if we're all working together.
Are you able to utilize, so Pleasanton, I know they have a tax abatement in place. Can you utilize theirs for your application for right now? I mean, as a brownie point, I guess?
No.
It's gotta be the counties? What do you guys think?
Like I said, I think if we should have told her not to even apply for the grant if we're not gonna support her in going for the grant. We're just wasting her time and Darcy's time and our time, if that's what we're doing.
I mean, just because you apply for a grant doesn't mean you're gonna get it anyways. I mean,
It's fine. And, yeah,
I just don't know enough about it, Jason. I mean, I want as much, rehabbing and new ground ground up construction in this county as we can get.
Do you have any questions that I can answer for you right now?
I mean, Jim had a good point about, getting the schools involved.
but we can't do that until after we've got the program in place. Kind of like it was with the cities.
Well, and keep in mind, maybe they're two separate.
Right.
I mean, just because I'm not ready for it doesn't mean you guys can't make a motion to approve it. I mean, I'm just not ready I need to look over it. I need to do my duty on what I sat here for, and I need to do my homework and figure it out and make the best decision based on my knowledge of what we're applying for. So down the road, we're not dealing with a big, huge problem in the county that not everybody gets to utilize. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I don't know enough about it. Okay. So, but just because I don't know enough about it doesn't mean you guys can't approve it. So, I mean, I'm all about it. I just don't know enough about it. And I can't make a decision based on what I know right now.
I'll make a motion to approve it based on everybody gets to talk about it as far as the appraisers.
This would be resolution 2023-12 and 2023-11.
But based on that the clerk, the treasurer, and the appraisers get to amend the resolution.
And I'll bring any amendments back to you.
I'll
That's my
second that motion.
Motion and moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. And I oppose just because I don't know enough about it to make a decision on anything on it yet.
You all could sign those too.
Do you have one that doesn't say draft on every page?
I can take that off and send it to you because it wasn't official yet. I left it on, but yeah, I'll send it to you.
What they'll need to sign will need to be one that doesn't say.
The resolution doesn't say draft.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Draft on what's on it.
Oh, it's on the back there.
All right, we're fine then.
Okay.
You also need a motion to approve your contractor.
I do.
I'll make the motion to approve the contractor with the understanding that we'll have another 90 days.
We are submitting Page Construction LLC's resume with the grant application. That's what we're doing.
Submitting Page LLC's resume with the grant application.
How will it be chosen, the contractor? Say we have 3 of them, how will we choose the contractor?
We could use all 3 of them.
We can use more than one, yes. And they would, so when we discover if we get the grant, we can decide how that's going to work. We can have the contractors tell us what they want to use grant money for, or a percentage. We can hammer that all out later.
So they have to be on the list now?
No.
To be,
She was saying they had 90 days.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Once the 90 days is up, that's a list of contractors we can use.
Yes,
And that's it for these.
Yes.
Revitalization.
They gotta be an approved vendor throughout the entire program. I mean, that's what you're saying? I'm not following.
no, so we can submit with one contractor on the application. The committee recommended that since we only had one contractor submit anything, that they were interested, that we continue to submit resumes for 90 days after today, if any other contractors would like to be involved. Or we could do it, from the application date. We could do it 90 days from when we discover that we get the,
So once these contractors are on the list, they'll be the general contractor on any job that these are involved in.
once they contract with the county, yes. Just because we put them on a list or that they submit something doesn't mean we have to go with them.
Right.
We have to still get the grant.
Yes.
So is there any rules or laws in the plan that talks about how you have to advertise to get a contractor? I mean, do we put it on build out sites on the internet? Do we just put it in the newspaper? I mean, how are we gonna hit all the?
We can do it however our purchasing policy says to do it.
And you put out a request for proposal.
I did.
They seek out these, this is one close, they seek out.
So the Kansas Housing Corporation that manages this grant put out a press release when they determine who their grant winners are. And there are contractors who are on the list to receive that press release, so then they know who got the grant.
So it would make sense for your 90 days to commence when you find out if you got the grant.
Yes, that's what I would suggest.
Okay, that's what I'm moving.
Did he make a motion?
I did.
Okay, I'll say.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. And I oppose because I don't know enough about it, as I stated before. I'd like more details.
That's my list for today. Do you all have anything for me?
I don't have anything.
Thank you, Jessica. Kathy? Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys have any questions? Let me know.
You want to visit with us about anything while you're here? How's things going in your office?
Kathy Bridges, County Appraiser. We are working on our 2023 values that will hopefully be mailed out the 1st of March, or at least by the 10th of March. We're trying to work through finalizing those, and then there's a lot of quality control that goes into it. Just plugging away. I will give a report to the commission once I finalize the numbers on percent of, increases, what we're seeing, different things. So that's about it for now. It's just valuing, trying to get through this valuation season. So anyways, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sheriff?
It's public comment time. I prefer that. I don't want to take up other people's.
That is a 10.
Yeah. Do we have public comment? Lonnie, you got, or Jimmy, you got anything?
Call in. Some information.
But if you want to talk about the airport,
I'm gonna be talking about that later on. After all the department heads go, probably. It looks like 11:15 will discuss, or 11:15 discuss concerns and plans for the county. But and that's where I was going to discuss all that. And if you have any information you want to throw on that, that'd be a good time. Just so that we, correlate all together. Is Darren around?
Yeah, where'd you get that?
You lazy?
Darren, how are you doing?
Keep a cheap one for us.
Yep.
Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director. I was just going to give you a brief update on the new zoning regulations. Gary and I met with Mr. Kopp last week, and he's looking at probably doing a public hearing in April.
Well, how will that be done?
So we'll have to post it 20 days in advance, publish it 20 days in advance, and then we'll have a public hearing. He'll basically do the public hearing. It'll just be the draft. And once we get information from the public, we can do what we got to do to change it if it needs to be changed. And then we can bring it, I think it'll go before another public hearing
No,
or
at that
just
point,
once.
they have the public hearing, the zoning commission will decide if they want to revise anything after that, and then they'll approve the final draft. Then it comes to you, and you'll have the option of getting it, discussing it on the spot and acting, or getting it and then, letting people come in and talk to you about it. You don't have an official public hearing, but if you want to let people make comments and so forth, you can do that. Mr. Kopp is also willing to come meet with you at that point and answer any questions that might come up. But once you have it in hand, then it's up to you to decide whether to approve it or to send it back, ask for revisions, or whatever. Might mention also that he's creating some new districts, I think, that will be helpful to us. He's creating a special zoning district just for lake communities. That's going to be very helpful, I think, because there's a lot of things that we do out in the county that you really can't do in the lake communities.
And heavy populated areas like Centerville.
Yeah.
Or unincorporated.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So those won't be included. There's going to be a lake community district, and then I don't know what he's going to call the unincorporated towns, but he's going to have something for it too. And that's all I've got.
How's you guys have any questions on that?
No,
The resolutions we passed about the poly tanks and things like that, is everything running pretty smoothly for you?
Yeah, everybody's happy about it. I've gotten positive feedback from everybody.
Yeah, I got some feedback too, and it was positive that it helped. One of the guys that I think he might be a vendor for us, a pumper, but he reached out to me and he wanted to thank us because he said it kind of helped push him along because he was waiting 8 to 10 weeks for a concrete tank sometimes. So he was very happy that we approved that.
Yeah, I know concrete tanks are hard to get right now. I don't know how many Diversified is manufacturing right now, but I know that the guy in Pittsburgh, he passed away, and I think they're getting them out of Nevada or somewhere over there, and I guess they're way behind on production. So it's been a positive impact to keep them moving with installs.
That's good.
Good. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you.
thanks, Darren.
Let's see who else we got.
See here for public comment.
Yeah, we already opened public comment. Do you have something for public
No,
comment?
he's here on something else.
Okay. All right. Well, Sheriff.
Good morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Don't have a lot for you today, just numbers and such. Total in today, 49 inmates. This past late week, we've released 20. Total farmed ins 31. 911 calls were up just a bit last week to 60. Jail contacts are 3,997. Total calls for service was 557. That was up from about 100 from the previous week. Total civil service papers served were 14. We done 3 VIN inspections, opened 13 new cases, closed 8 of those on our books, worked 3 vehicle crashes. School resource officers had 157 calls for service at the 6 schools. We had 90 in the front doors at the court that the bailiffs brought in. Out of those, they had 29 calls for services, and we had 3 livestock out complaints. And I don't think I have anything else unless you have something for me.
On these bin inspections, who does these now?
Doug Bartlett, he's my VIN inspector.
So, how many hours a week is he working?
He works 2 days a week. He does VIN inspections, and he does all of our fingerprints as well.
Well, we just gave that up. I mean, quite a few of them went to the cities. I see that. And that's been a question on there's more cities doing them now, right?
That's right.
So, how many fingerprintings do we do roughly a week?
I couldn't tell you without going back and querying that number.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yes, sir. Anything else for me, gentlemen?
I got some stuff I want to go over later. Will you be around?
Can be.
If you could, I'd appreciate it.
Are you talking about here at the meeting or?
Yeah, here at the meeting.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Bobby, you want to discuss your vacation pay? Is that what you're here for?
Yeah, the holiday thing you heard
Yeah,
me a
that's fine.
message about the other day, and really just want to stand for any questions, but I also want to say I watched the meeting last week, and you guys said you were working on it. I want to say thank you for your work. But Danny had sent me a message kind of asking for an overdraft of it, and basically what Commissioner Johnson said is correct. It's the holidays that fall on the weekends, like the 4th of July, New Year's, Christmas, that we want to make sure that our guys are getting the that pay. And in the policy that we currently have, we should be getting that paid. But what the biggest thing of it is our guys work 12-hour shifts, and I believe that they should be compensated for the 12-hour shift and not the 8-hour shifts, which
So
is
what you're saying is if the holiday falls on a Saturday, say, and the guy that works, but that wouldn't be right either if it fell. Think about this. That's only 3 days that it could fall on a weekend.
I think that it would be New Year's, Christmas, 4th,
and
and
4th of July.
Columbus Day, or is that the other one?
No, 4th of July, Christmas, and.
Was it just the 3? Okay.
Is what I think.
All right, that's probably correct.
So
Veterans Day.
if it falls on a weekend, but they get the holiday pay for the Friday just before, you're saying that you want the guy, if he has to work the day, the actual day, to get his 12-hour pay.
At the
On
12
that
hour.
day. He don't get his holiday pay for the Friday that everybody else would be off. He'll get his double time and a half on the true holiday.
True holiday, correct. At the 12-hour rate.
We worked 12-hour shifts for a long time when we did that. I did that for 20-some years, so
Yep.
that's what we did too.
Yeah, and I appreciate, I think that's what's really fair to my guys.
I mean, David and I talked about that. We'd been in discussion about it. But
Great. I appreciate that. So is there any questions you have from referencing this?
I don't have any.
I don't know. It's,
How does that fit in with our current employee handbook?
So as it states right now is if you work on the actual holiday and the observed holiday, you're only getting paid the time and a half on the observed holiday. And your 8-hour paid holiday. And I think he's wanting to change it to the 12-hour paid holiday instead of the 8-hour paid holiday.
you guys don't run 8-hour shifts, right?
No, nobody, or admin staff, the front office staff does, but
But we
jail,
can,
dispatch, and
we can build that as a separate line item. Is that possible, or is there concerns with that?
They're only getting paid time and a half for one of the days if they work both.
Right.
That's how.
So
Holiday would be straight time for them.
it'll just be a minor revision in the handbook to make that happen.
What,
And then your other issue was in regards to sick time?
yeah, that was something that's
I personally think it's fair is that we work a 12-hour shift, that we should be compensated for the 12 hours and I understand that it's not for everybody, but if somebody new comes in, they get 8 hours a month accrued for the holiday. But if they take a sick day, but if they take that sick day, then they're out 12 hours, which means they're behind on 4.
And do we accrue sick time before they're out of their probationary period, or do we have a probationary period?
No, we accrue 8 hours of sick
Per month,
from
right?
day one, yep, beginning. Which essentially is 1 day, except
We're working on the math on that because, I mean, first blush, it looks like, well, then if regular employees get 8 hours, they ought to get 12. But if you do the math, you really need to be working with 160 versus 171. And so there should be an
You guys
adjustment.
a lot more overtime. If we do what you want, we're giving you guys a lot more sick leave for the hours you're working than the guy that works the 8-hour shift. I can show you on paper how it is.
But there needs to be an adjustment, but not a full 4-hour adjustment, probably.
Okay.
A month, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anything else?
that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby.
Do we need a motion on any of that? I mean, is it?
Not at this point. We're going to
Work on
draft
that first thing, then we'll do it.
some language and we'll bring it back to you.
When do you guys want to do that? How long will that take?
I'm
We
sorry?
wait till David gets back to do it?
Yeah, that's the only reason we don't have it now is that David's been gone for several days, and so it'll be
In 2 weeks?
probably a couple weeks before we have it.
2 weeks? All right, who else? Burton, you want to come up?
Burton Harding, Linn County Attorney. Commissioners, it is with a lot of regret that I'm here today because I am here to announce that I'm going to have to resign as Linn County Attorney I think effective at the end of March. The reason for that is that the position that I hold has changed pretty fundamentally since I took office and really in the past few years. You might know every attorney who's ever held this position has been a county attorney and had a private practice on the side. I think it's always been the expectation that's what you can, that's the requirements of the job, that it can be done in time that leaves you the ability to do that. And I'm here to represent to you that Linn County has grown to the point that is no longer the case. This position is absolutely every bit of a full-time 40 plus hours per week position. And because of that, it's not tenable for me to continue to do what I've been doing and wear 2 hats. I have to decide whether or not I'm going to be a full-time Linn County attorney or not be the Linn County attorney at all. And having spent a lot of time weighing this, the needs for me and the county and for my family, it's best that I step away and resign as Linn County attorney. Just for context, this is again, the position has always been about what it is today, as far as the expectation and the pay is for, I don't want to use the word part-time because it's not part-time, but for someone who can have a private practice on the side. 30 years ago, the sheriff's department was the sheriff and an undersheriff and a handful of deputies. We had one judge who had a circuit in Miami County and Bourbon County. As we sit today, we have a sheriff with dozens of deputies. We have a massive jail. We have 2 courtrooms. We have a third judge who's here in the county now with a 3rd docket. Everything has grown, except for this position and this office and the expectations for this office. And I think it was inevitable that this day was going to come someday when someone had to come to you and say, this is absolutely a full-time position, needs to be the expectation needs to be that it's a full-time position, the pay needs to be for a full-time position. That's not where it's at. I wish I could tell you that I can make that change and stay, but unfortunately, if I had known that was the expectation, this wasn't a position that I could have run for to begin with. I have 4 small kids and a wife who has intermittent health issues. I need a lot of flexibility in my schedule to be able to be there with them. The way this job is, where I'm in court 3 to 4 times a week, I have to be in the office, every day for signing complaints and reviewing affidavits and talking to law enforcement. I don't have that flexibility that I need for my family that this job has grown to absolutely require. I invite you to inquire of the sheriff some of these things. I think he has probably some thoughts along those lines as well. But I know that there have been times where I've had to attend to my family or myself that I've frustrated the sheriff, I've frustrated the court, and this has just been maybe a long time in coming that this position needs to adjust to where we are in 2023. I think that it needs someone who can devote this to the time that requires, again, a minimum of 40 hours a week. And I think the county needs to look at paying it at that rate.
Which would be 130. What do you think about 130,000?
I think that that's a fair wage for what it is. I do.
And you get paid what?
Mid 80s.
And that was based on 1 to 2 days a week in the courtroom. Now you're doing 4.
So that's what the job, when I took the position in 2021, that's about what it was.
There was no description, but that's what you.
Right, yeah, right. That wasn't part of a job description, but when I took office, that's
how things were rolling.
That's how things were rolling. I was in court. We had court every day, Tuesday all day. And then if we had special settings or preliminary hearings or something like that, they were set on a Friday afternoon. I could do my job. I could be in court a day or day and a half a week and then spend another day or day and a half, preparing, doing pleadings, that sort of thing, and still have time for private practice and for family. Anymore, we're in court, again, at least 3 to 4 days a week. We have we moved into the district has appointed a new judge who's down here. So we have another judge, a district court judge who has his own docket and schedule. They have the 2 courtrooms going at the same time.
We're utilizing them to the fullest, right?
Yeah, it's being utilized to the fullest. And again, everything has grown except this office.
Which was that courtroom designed and built to utilize to the fullest? Was it for extra overflow of cases?
I think it was anticipated that there would be times when you'd be running 2 courtrooms at the same time. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
we didn't build it just to go get another judge here and.
No. I mean, there have been many times in years past when we could have been doing something small at the same time we were doing something big over here, but we didn't have the space to do it. So.
Do you not have an assistant?
I do have an assistant, but but
he was doing way more past his contract, correct?
Well, so there's a couple of things. The time that I'm describing, the 3 to 4 times a week and the extra judge, that is something that I am doing even with the assistant. My assistant has tendered his resignation to me as well, for the identical reason. When I hired him in 2021, when I came on, he could also do his job function in a day or day and a half a week, and a day a week of preparation. His duties have expanded to multiple days a week, and he's told me that what he's doing is far beyond the scope of what I contracted for him to do and what he agreed to do for Linn County. And so he's told me that he's not going to be doing that after, I think he said April 7th would be his last day.
What's his salary? Do you know? Is it 40,
40.
Around 40? 40?
I think it's 40 even. I think I was answering a question and got off track, but
I think the question was about the 2 courtrooms at one time.
yeah. So I mean, they're being it's not every day of the week, obviously, but when we have multiple judges here, they're using 2.
Is it fair to say that we've been kind of behind times here and we haven't kept up with everything around, and then we had new people come in and kind of, put a bigger load on you to do things right?
I think that's accurate. I mean, so again, when I took office, I could do this job in, 3 days, in about 3 days a week. And I don't know that that's, and in the meantime, we've moved to the new courtroom or building. We've got a new judge who has new policies regarding, when she sets cases. We don't have it all condensed into a single day anymore. She has a policy that charges have to be filed within 48 hours. That puts a big time crunch and constraint on when I've got to be available and in the office. We have policies about preparing criminal histories. I mean, lots of things have changed that have increased my workload.
Now, why would they do that in the middle of a budget year knowing that might have, is there a reason?
I don't think any reason other than that's the way they wanted to do things.
How long did we go through your term with not even having court?
Well, we always had court. I mean, we had Zoom court, but again, we were having court, I'd say 2 or 3 days, a day and a half a week is about what we did. And that's what my predecessor did and his predecessor did. And that has just kind of been the way it was. And then it has just exploded in the last 6 months or so. And maybe, and maybe that's the way it needs to be at this point because of our extra volume of everything. But people have come in and made changes, lots of policy changes, lots of scheduling changes. We've got a new judge with his own schedule. But things are, again, substantially different than they were a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago, I should say, or at any time in the past. And, that just with those changes and the needs of my family, I can't do it.
And I've been dealing with the Republican, what do we call her?
The Republican County Committee?
Yeah, so which she appoints new person for Burton, right?
Right.
Yeah.
If Burton's going to resign, he sends a letter to the governor resigning and sends a copy of that letter to the county clerk. The county clerk then notifies the chairperson of the county committee, and then that chairperson has 21 days to hold what they call a convention. They bring all the members of the committee together, and they nominate someone to fill the position. They send that nomination to the governor, and the governor then makes the appointment basically at the governor's leisure.
And do they fulfill the terms that he was voted in on? Do they finish that out? Or can we?
When you say the term,
like the pay and and all that?
That's between you guys and the new person. I mean, if I were, and I'm not, but if I were coming to apply for that position, I would want to negotiate with you before I put my name in to apply, frankly.
Burton, give me your professional opinion on how easy this is going to be to find a new one to step in for you.
Well, it depends on the pay, frankly, would be a big part of it. So just for context, the Miami County Attorney is a full-time, is considered, it's elected so that no one can control that, but it's considered a full-time position. That person does that, has no other responsibilities or duties. She just resigned. I know there's a lot of change in that office, but historically it had been the county attorney and then 4 full-time assistants, and she was getting paid, I think, $100,000. My Crawford County is the exact same. They have a full-time, no other responsibilities county attorney who gets paid $100,000 and has, I think, 4 full-time assistants, 4 full-time. Bourbon County, I think, is just transferring to this, and I think she makes 95 or 98 or something like that, and has 3 assistants. On the Missouri side, once again, fully staffed. Yeah, this by statute they make 150, but I guess that's really, at least 100,000 is the going rate for what this job is and should be, and that's with multiple assistants. This position again has been staffed in the 80s with 1 part-time assistant, and I just think that is just not tenable going forward based on the growth of the county, the growth of the sheriff's department, the growth of the judiciary. Everything has expanded and grown except for the expectations of this office, and I think that is not feasible going forward.
So, since that's kind of your world, I mean,
and I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question. So I was just giving you some context when I answered that. I think that really you know, there are interns and people just getting out of law school who will be making $115 or $120 or $130,000. You know, I think that to be competitive, to attract someone who doesn't have to wear two hats and can do this, I think that a fair wage is, like you said, $120,000, $130,000, somewhere in that range.
And with an assistant making,
And an assistant, you know, cut it in half, I guess. I maybe 60,
that
70.
was kind of the homework I did. I'd been working on trying to figure out, you know, educate myself on it. And what I've seen is there are a lot of vacancies and a lot of, if you get on in Google, just, you know, attorney jobs and the Kansas City or the Southeast Kansas area, there's a bunch.
And that's true. I mean, that's true in everywhere. There's an attorney shortage. You brought this up several months ago, and that is the case. And that's true on the defense side too. But that's part of why I think you have to raise rates to attract somebody, because there's such a need. You know, even on the defense side, you know, there's going to be, it's going to be lucrative to be doing that because people need that, and so you're going to have to be competitive with what they can make.
But we're competing with like Johnson County, and I mean,
Well,
we're gonna do you foresee any younger person coming down here and starting for anything less with all the amenities we have here for them?
it's hard for me to say. I don't know. I obviously any rural community that doesn't attract, you know, what you're going to attract in Johnson County. I think yes, it's going to be a challenge. I don't know. I think that if you made that, I mean, if you did raise the rate to that, let's call it 130, I think you would get some qualified applicants. I do. I think that would attract someone here who we would want here and who would be able to dedicate the time to do what the job requires to be done. But I could be wrong. I don't know. But
What happens if we can't find somebody? What happens if we can't get somebody here?
When Mr. Harding leaves his position, if there has not been an appointment made yet, the judges in the district appoint a temporary person to take the position until the appointment is made. And I foresee that normally that would not happen or would be very brief, but there's nothing in the statute that says that might not be a longer period if you came from finding a candidate.
Does that typically, do you know if that typically comes from like the court appointed people we have? Like, so we have 3 of them, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be one of them, or would it just be someone different?
I think it would probably not be one of them because they would have conflicts immediately because they're defending the very people that.
I mean, if they quit do you think we're gonna have a problem there too, Burton?
with what?
Our court appointed list?
You know, I do see that possibly being an issue. Again, this is just like I'm telling you, my job function and my job expectation changed once I got the job. I think that the defense attorneys kind of are dealing with that a little bit too, where they're on a contract for a set amount of money with a expectation for a set amount of
$3,000 a month or something?
something like that for again, what was a day or day and a half of court a week, and now they're in court a lot more than that they signed on for. So I can foresee that being a point of contention, but at some point, but this one it hasn't been, but that is a legitimate issue.
Do you know what your budget is right off the top of your head?
It is in the neighborhood of 325, 330, maybe 340.
366, 500.
Oh, okay. Then I take that back. 366. I think that's what it was the first year.
So what's your recommendations on how we should move forward here?
I think that again,
Like in office, I'm talking like what do you think we have to do to be able to fulfill this and get the?
I think that to discharge the duties of county attorney, I think this office requires a full-time county attorney and at least a part-time assistant. I mean, I think it could do with a full-time assistant, but I think that we could probably squeak by with the part-time for the time being. I think that the pay needs to be commiserate with the time involved, and I think that if that's done, I think that we can make it work. But in my experience with the office, I think that's what it takes.
I feel this has been an issue. I mean, Jamie came in here and told us the same exact thing, that we're not giving you guys the tools necessary to do the job, and we were going to be in this position. We didn't listen.
I think you have heard that before. I think Jamie did mention that to you, and really, it's even kind of more of a financial thing. If I'm afraid, again, part of my position that this has to be done full time is I feel like that if someone, part of the reason why I'm here is that if I continue trying to do what I've been doing, I'm afraid I'm going to commit malpractice. I mean, I just don't have. It is such a all-consuming job that I can't. Again, it takes everything or nothing. I have to do. It's all or nothing. And if I'm splitting my time, if I have anything else going on, again, even family stuff, it puts me and I think the county at risk for liability.
So let me ask you this. I know typically, and you and I have talked, but typically, like whenever a attorney leaves, he or comes in, he brings his own team pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you brought Sarah with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you foresee her leaving with you, staying? What do you want? I mean, what do you think there?
At this point, no. At this point, there's not she would be staying at the county attorney's office. And obviously that is really up to whoever
comes in.
Yeah, they can staff it however they want. I have in the course of this buildup of time and responsibility, I have scaled back my private practice more and more to accommodate more and more room for the county attorney's office. And I just don't have an ability at this point to have staff, bring anyone over, but that might change in the future. But at this point, that's not the plan.
Kevin, you got anything to add to that? I said that it was how he was operating was affecting your office a little bit.
Well, sure. I mean, Linn County's at a position, I mean, if we look at law enforcement measures in Linn County, Burton said we have dozens. I have 21 law enforcement officers, just to set the record clear. But if we look at what's happened in law enforcement around Linn County over the last few years, I mean, everybody's bumping up. I mean, we have police departments who have 4 and 5, 6 police officers now that used to have 1 or 2. So those criminal charges that are being charged to the state are coming to the prosecutor's office. I can tell you, on Friday, I met with Burton a couple of times. We had 3 telephone calls. The last one was at 11:27 p.m., if you remember. I just looked it up on my phone. Those things happen often. We brief many cases with him. He came to our office the other day and we briefed several cases. That's not time in court. That's time in preparation for the case. This Saturday, we obtained 2 or 3 search warrants that were served on a residence in Linn County. Prosecutor has to be involved in all of those. So it's not just time in court. It's time in everything. It's time in every law enforcement measure. Linn County needs to bring the county attorney's position to at least 1 full-time position. I think they're going to have an assistant to some measure. I don't know what measure, because not all of the cases that go to the prosecutor are from my office. A lot of those are from other law enforcement agencies around. And they're not just the cities. They're the Highway Patrol, they're Fish and Game, they're all of those law enforcement agencies. His office is the landing point for every case filed. Not only that, we have a bigger system. Just like he said, we have 2 courtrooms in motion. We have a bigger jail. I sit down with Burton probably on a weekly basis, and we talk about folks in jail that we have maybe constitutional concerns about and things like that. Those are brief things that we sit down and talk about. I think one of the calls on Friday was for one of those things. Those things happen often, and we're talking about holding time, bonding time. When I say bonding time, that sounds weird, but to me that means they get out of jail, they bond out. So we have a lot of those discussions that are underway throughout the week. Burton says, sheriff got frustrated with me. I have been very frustrated with him because he's working on a time frame that the county, I mean, we're paying somebody half rate to do the full-time job. I told Burton here a while back, I said, I don't give a crap if you're full-time, part-time, or whatever, the people elected you, but I also understand his side of this puzzle. And I think the commission's going to have to throw dollars in. And I've been harping about this, and you guys have all heard me, and you're probably tired of hearing me. Right now, we are losing our prosecutor and our assistant prosecutor because of pay. I can't go back again and say it again and again and again, because you guys are going to get ticked off at me at some point. This trend will continue. It will continue from our elected officials, our department heads, and the guys who are putting gravel on roadways. The trend will continue, gentlemen, and I'm sorry to keep harping on it, but if I don't, I haven't stood up for the very people that I serve.
I agree.
Thank you.
I just want to tack on a couple things, you know, and it, in line with what he's talking about with the duties you maybe don't see that aren't just court, but you know, the day he was talking about last Thursday, I was home with my family who was sick. I think I counted that day I took about 35, I had to make or take 35 phone calls that day for the county attorney's office. So even if I'm not in the office, I'm on the phone all day and up till midnight at night working on
I think I
whatever
texted you too.
may have. That last weekend, we had someone who was arrested. We had to prepare a detention order. Took time to, you know, take time out of the weekend to review that order, to prepare that order, to communicate with the court and the judge and the jail and get that done. Even just the nature of cases. Someone brought up today that, you know, 10, 20 years ago, a lot of times a case would consist of report and affidavit, and that's it. Now, sheriff, as you know, has very, very nice body cams and I don't know dash cams yet, but every time there's a case, there's multiple videos that would need to be reviewed and watched in preparation for either a trial or a filing. And it's just, I don't want to sound whinier that I'm complaining, because I'm not. This is just, I just want to be clear that what the job is, and it is a big job. And I think that the commission needs to recognize how big the job has become, and that it is just, it can't be done the way, you know, this office fundamentally is no different than it was in 1995 in terms of what the expectation is, and that it just needs to change.
So, and I've kind of tried to educate myself on this stuff the last week or so. And now in Linn County, we do a thing where we have no bond schedule, right?
That's right.
And then, so what that means is it comes to you and you have 48 hours to either charge somebody or let them out, right?
That's right.
And you got to review that case within that time.
Review the case and have a complaint drafted and be in the office.
No matter what day it is.
That's right.
Neither day.
So for example, again, I mentioned this weekend we had an arrest. We had I elected to file charges. I had a detention order. So sometime today, I don't know what time, I've got to not only file that complaint, but we're going to have a first appearance on an additional court hearing that wasn't set that I'll need to be there for. And again, I don't intend to sound like I'm complaining about it, because I'm not. That's just what the job is. You just have to be there every day to be doing these things.
So from moving on, it's kind of, there's a process that we have to go through by statute,
Yeah,
correct?
it'll all be triggered by a letter from Mr. Harding to the governor.
So my intention, again, is to stay on until the end of March to give the Republican committee time to try to find someone who they're interested in, who is interested in the position. I think that there is some interest out there, but
You don't think we'll be able to fulfill your terms of what you make?
again, so for me,
Your
again,
opinion.
based on really for family reasons, I'm not able to do what the job
I totally get that. I mean,
entails today.
I've learned a lot of what you do in the last week, and
And I appreciate that. I mean, this is, I'm not happy to be here. I'm not happy to be telling you this. I wish it wasn't so, but like I said at the beginning, I think this day was inevitable. At some point, some county attorney was going to come to you and say,
well, the
this is,
prior one did, and we didn't listen to. We went to the county to
I mean, you guys are doing the job, not us. I mean,
But I think the position that that ran for, and the expectation and all that has just changed fundamentally from that time.
well, Burnt, I appreciate, everything you've done for the county, and I totally see where you're coming from. I get it. With being a business owner myself, I understand. Last week, I didn't get any construction done. I dealt with this, and you lose out on a lot of funds whenever you're doing something that you didn't really budget for, which, I mean, we have to listen to what they're saying.
Yeah, well, again, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you hearing me out. And I wish it wasn't this way, but I will be around till the end of March, and hopefully that gives us time to find somebody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Burton.
What do you guys think? On how we move forward from here?
This was a question that was asked 2.5 years ago, how we was gonna budget for all this. Nobody wanted an answer then, but now we're answering it now.
Yeah, I think next year we might be dealing with Kevin and his department coming here and telling us the same thing, that the entire department resigns because we can't figure their payout. I think it's time we figure their payout. We figured.
Before we
Jim, you voted
against
against.
the question.
We voted against making it I mean, we didn't make it a full-time position, but Jamie Brunn came in here. I remember it. We jumped all over him a few different times over. He's telling us that the department's not being ran right. We're not giving the citizens what they deserve, and we poo-pooed him because it involved spending money. But yet we're doing all this other crazy stuff that doesn't really make sense in the county, but we're not giving them what they need. I mean, that's a service to the community that they deserve, and we're not even funding it properly. Kevin, did you have anybody resign last week?
That one I fired.
You had one you fired. You have, how many openings do you have now? Do you know off the top of your head?
Probably five or six. Probably 10% or more of our offices, we have vacancies.
And this is kind of all just a continuous circle of what my frustration is we're funding an airport, 80,000, whatever it is, but our employees aren't getting taken care of. We can't fulfill spots. I mean, it's time we figure it out. So Burton, is he still here? Oh, you think that 130,000 is a very competitive?
I do think that's competitive. I think that that's enough to attract someone down here. I've spoken to one attorney already who said that number would be creating interest in them. Again, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do believe that would be commensurate with the work and be attractive to someone to come down here.
Don't you think we should be negotiating that with the new county attorney?
Well, I don't think we're gonna get anybody here if we tell them that we paid Burton 80,000. I mean, I think we gotta figure a direction on where we're gonna go, and that's our job. I mean,
Well, I don't think this is the time or place right here to negotiate the wage myself.
I think it's a time to negotiate all the salaries in the entire county, because we have a huge problem.
Commissioners, I have an afternoon docket that I need to prepare for now, so I'm gonna go back to the house, I'll be right across the street, and for whatever reason, any questions or need me, I'll be available until I have this afternoon.
Thank you, Burton.
Thanks, Barton. I don't think it's something we can just keep pushing down the road. I think it needs addressed.
Well, isn't it on the agenda for this afternoon or for 11 o'clock? I mean, we're going to go over our concerns and stuff then, the three of us, correct? So I don't really think we are pushing it down the road. We're trying to get the conversation started and begin working on it, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
I've got thoughts that I'm going to share at that time. About the pathway that we could take to making some changes and everything that way.
I agree. Gary, what do we need to do?
Need to move on with the agenda. We've got a guy here, I think, waiting on us, don't we?
If you're ready to move on to the next thing on the agenda,
Sean still with Public Works.
yeah, you've got some more.
We have Sean and then we have this discussion. What are you here for? Is he with you?
He's here to consult with us about the construction projects that we have put out RFPs for. There's a possibility that we need to hire someone to oversee those projects. You recall we talked about that a little bit.
Yes.
So he'll be
And,
discussing county
So
plans.
we'd be discussing, we would probably go into an executive session to discuss potential personnel issues.
I'll make a motion, we go into executive session. Eric Bowman to discuss, maintenance contracts as far as remodeling.
Well, we're not discussing the contracts, we're discussing hiring him as an
Hiring
employee
him.
to oversee them. Yeah.
To oversee them.
I'll second. Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
We have a time.
15 minutes?
just don't ask. We just don't ask. Oh, that one that lived in Pam, taught school. He lives in Charlie. He's in the yes, Warren, he's
I haven't, no. Yeah. She's got red hair.
Sean, is that, it says discuss remodeling contract, is that,
That's what we just did.
okay, that's what we're.
It's a contract. It wasn't really a remodeling contract. It was a contract possibility of hiring somebody to oversee the contracts. We're not quite ready to act on that yet.
So no action. All right. Sean, we still,
He's visiting with Rick.
okay, all right, we'll. Does anybody else have anything small to throw in there before Sean comes back?
I got a couple things I just mentioned. If it's all right with you, I have been, we got a letter, y'all saw it, I think, from Goldberg involving.
Yes.
I had reached out to him. I had called him.
So you're the one that told him what was going on?
I asked him if he had, because I emailed David trying to get some reports on the jail to figure out if they had like a cost analysis or something, what it was going to cost to redo the jail versus building a new one, and a plan. And that's what he sent.
Well, if it's all right with you, I'd like to reach out to Larry and see, he mentioned some codes and regulations and things. I'd like to reach out to him and see if I can get access to whatever he's talking about there. I didn't want to do it in your name unless it was okay.
Yeah,
with you.
I was going to email you
Good
back.
with
I
that.
just forgot.
I think we need information at this point,
Okay.
Is he who we wanted to get the information from?
Well, he'd be one source. I would say don't limit us to that.
He should have some kind of record of sure they did some inspection or something.
That's what I was thinking. If
That's what I
if they
called
did an inspection or analysis, or if there are specific codes that he says you gotta
Overturn it to make it a public building.
then give us that.
Well, since we're talking about that, let's just discuss it a little bit, I guess. Went around and talked to a few people, and, a lot of people in the county really want to keep it. So, a plan B, I guess, do we reach out to, mold and asbestos companies, have them come in and look at doing inspections? Well, I mean, where you guys want to start at? I refer back to this building because I feel like we're deciding to
demo it and then we kept it and it ended up costing a lot more in the end and we still haven't remodeled it.
I didn't understand that, Danny, what you said this building costs so much to keep it for. I mean, I don't.
The electric alone cost 76,000.
Because we weren't able, we had to reroute power lines.
It didn't cost 76 to come here, I don't think. Not to get here, maybe.
Was that not with the change order?
So-
Well,
Maybe to move the poles that was on the south side was part of that, but I don't think the electric coming here was 76,000.
I'd have to go back and look at them.
my numbers could be wrong.
Jerry, we spoke at one point in time, and you made a suggestion to me as to what we thought this building cost to save.
I believe in just the redrawing of the engineering of the parking lot was like 75.
I think there was a big number there, yeah. We had, because we not only had to re-engineer it, but we also added space to the parking lot.
Are we looking at apples to apples here? I mean, we're talking about, we put up a new building next to it. And I can understand that we had incurred additional costs with this building being left here when the original plans weren't to leave it here, right? But we're talking about a totally different situation over there with the jail. We already have the building sitting there. We're not building another one around it.
Oh, I'm
correct?
just responding.
I know, and I'm not arguing with you.
Because at one point in time,
Arguing
the
with me, I'm
saving
just trying
of
to get
this
a plan. I'm
building,
not arguing about anything, Jason.
yeah, the saving of this
Here's the
building
facts of
was
what we spent from 05 to
in the $200,000 range.
I guess I'm asking you, Danny,
I'm trying to get a plan together. That's what I was asked. Are we,
okay,
what are we gonna do?
I'm asking you, how does that correspond with that over there?
Because I'm against just going in and saving a building. We need to have our ducks in a row. We need to have inspections. We need to do this. We need to do that. We have to have a plan. I'm in the restoration business. I know how much it costs.
Okay,
It's a lot of
Where
money.
was our
There's no
plan,
exact
Danny,
plan.
When we built the jail?
Exactly.
Where was our plan?
Let's go back to, let's
The
go all the way back.
operational costs.
I know there was a study that was done. All right, we're gonna argue again. I guess that's what we're gonna do instead of get a plan. We're gonna keep showing the division in the county.
hey, talk to us.
I'm trying to ask you guys, how you guys want to do move forward?
You said we were getting defensive last week. You're getting defensive this week. We're trying to discuss it. I'm asking you how this one corresponds with that one.
And I told you because it cost us way more money than we anticipated to keep this.
Okay.
And it's still not remodeling. We still have to do something in here, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. And so I think that we should get all our inspections. So I've actually already called, I reached out to Ellis Plumbing and asked him what, because I've seen his name on here a lot. These are records of what it cost from 05 to 07. And it was almost seven. This one is from 05 to 07, 12, 15, 05 to 6/29/07. We spent $371,000 on repairs. So, and that's anywhere from, sewer, asbestos inspection, mold, drainage, roof, electrical, heating, cooling, drainage.
So if we're looking at our county office space that we have currently, I read the letter from Goldberg. Do we really believe that the jail is our worst building that we currently have staff in?
No, but we also still have the attorney's building. We have the judicial center. We just have a lot of projects going on. That's what I'm not arguing with you. I just told you the public.
I'm not arguing with
You and I
you.
ran into each other when we were doing our duty on figuring out what we're going to do here. I believe.
Yep.
I believe we were doing the same thing. I don't know.
Yep.
But, we went out and went to the public and everybody I talked to wanted to keep it. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, I'm not opposed to keeping it, but at the same time, I don't want to have to incur all these extra costs that we're not figuring out. So do we bring a company in and do a total inspection of like the mold? Because it's been stated a lot throughout the public meetings. And I got files of that too, and screenshots of where it's talking about all this mold and stuff like that. And then there's drainage, I think all that stuff needs to be reviewed before we make a decision on exactly what we're going to do.
I'm in agreement.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not against it, but I think we get a complete plan together.
But isn't that what we've been talking about? Back in executive session and things that way?
I'm not following you.
Well, that's what we're talking about, hiring Rick to help us with that.
I think, but I think the mold and all that stuff is a little beyond him though.
Well, but he may be able to do the reaching out to, for example, the mold inspection company for us. It's, if we get him hired and he takes over this project, then he can go in there and say, look, we need an inspection on this, we need an inspection on this, and we need an inspection on this. And then he goes to Sean and says, Sean, get a hold of these people and set up this inspection, get a hold of these people, set up this inspection, et cetera. And that's how I picture it working. Does that sound?
That's what I had in mind.
So no, we don't need to talk about the jail then. We got a plan.
Well, I'm not
We
saying,
don't have a plan, but we're working toward the plan.
we know the next
what I
steps that we're going to take. That's, I think, don't we? I mean,
Jim?
I would say I think we made a step forward, is what I think. I don't think this happened overnight. We're not gonna fix it overnight.
you're not,
agree.
you're not going to be able to conjure up a plan immediately. You're going to have
This
to
is gonna
take
be long term.
You just go as far as you can see, and that's all. And then, it's just like walking with a headlamp. You just,
The whole situation, wages, as far as operation of this new jail.
Well, I know that.
It wasn't
Okay,
talked
so,
about to begin
so
with.
I'm a certified abatement company myself, so I know what it costs to do these kind of inspections, and it's beyond what that Rick guy can do. Is all I'm saying.
yeah, I'm not,
I own a restoration company. I know what it costs to do this type of stuff. And I know what the bullshit that you get into once you start opening up walls and all that. And I'm just trying to get a plan together to utilize our tax dollars to the fullest because we can't even pay our county attorney, the district attorney up to standards. But yet we're going to try to save all this money over here. And I get it. If that's what we want to do, let's figure a plan out. Like I printed all this off talking about the drainage and stuff, just trying to talk about issues with, within what's been done in the last 25 years. Do we need to have another company come in here? I mean, we're talking about this guy being part-time or whatever we decide on that. I mean, he's not going to have time to do all of this.
did David provide you those documents, Danny?
Yep.
Can you have David send me a copy of those things too?
Maybe the rest of us as well, so we can get up to speed.
Oh, he's got some stuff that's records of the money spent on the jail during the 2005 to 2007 era. What else you got there, Dan?
That was repair cost. And then we have bids here that, all it is meeting minutes, and I typed in jail and did my own research. I've been dealing with it all week. I mean, it's just trying to get a plan together, guys. And Jason's there shaking his head like I'm not opposing. I'm not going against you. I'm just saying that we got to figure out all the ins and outs before we make decisions on things.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. I am saying that we have started things in motion on building a plan. And here we come out here, Danny, and we're fighting about it
I'm not fighting with you. I just
out here in the public.
I'm not
That's
fighting with you
fine.
about anything.
But why don't I have the facts?
Because I can't talk to you, and this is my research, mine. I spent all week with Kevin
You
figuring out.
could have brought it here today and gave it to me.
I did, right here,
Where's my copy?
right here.
Thank
Here you
you.
go, here.
Thank you.
And I went and asked Kevin what, the.
I'm not saying you're not working.
Or electrical was around $2,300 whenever you had it fully operating, Kevin, about there. So, I'm just trying to figure out like what it's going to cost to, I'm very trying to be very detail oriented here so that we're.
Kevin made the statement last week, did you not, Kevin, that it's a fully functional building and everything? You said the air conditionings are in great condition.
But he's not an expert on that stuff. That's not his.
I am not. I can just tell you how it was when we left, and everything worked for us. The biggest problem we had was electrical, and we were out of electrical. We'd turn something on in one room and something on in the other and blow
So
it.
you were just overusing.
Yeah, we were in 8,000 square foot, and
Okay.
you overusing it.
I don't have the history. I don't, Danny.
Well, I mean, I don't have it all either. I just got on our.
But I think we
file and
should.
figured it out. Well, it's all public knowledge. I mean, that's what I did. I went out and found it. I mean, I didn't even go to sleep last night, because I knew that it was going to be an argument in here today. And I'm not trying to argue with you guys. I'm just trying to put it all out there and get every little detail so that we're not getting ate alive at the end of it if something happens. Restoration work is based on change orders. That's it. That's where you make your money. And I know that. I mean, I just want everything to be out in the open before we start a project on the jail. I mean, if that's what we want to do, let's keep it. I'm not opposed to it at all. At all. I mean, I own a restoration company because I want to restore stuff, just like the courthouse. But I want to know all the little details, up front.
But it was sold to the public that the building's no good, basically, because I mean, it should be.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's my job to
Is that
unsell
what it
them.
was sold, how it was sold then?
I don't know, Jim. I didn't even.
You was involved in it?
No, I was not. And on doing the jail? I came in here the day the jail project started. And I didn't have nothing to do with deciding if the jail was going to be here.
Who did it and things like that? You wasn't involved in the contract with the jail?
It was already set in stone. It was just for me to help come in and figure out the project because it was already here.
Okay.
It was already a done deal. It was already going. There was already bonds in place, I'm sure. I don't know. But because decisions we made 4 years ago, we're not going to just try to move forward from it. I'm just trying to get a plan together. I'm not saying yay or nay to anything. I'm just trying to get a plan.
Well, I feel that we've started in the right direction as far as fixing, sitting there and arguing about it or whatever you want to talk about it. I think we're moving in the right direction to see what we can do with the other buildings. And,
Sean's out here now if you want to move on.
I guess we'll table all this. Sean, you want to come up?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator.
Here, you can have this. I don't need it.
Joyce is printing your cost summary by task for the last month. And I need 5 minutes of executive session for non-elected personnel.
You need that first thing. You need it right now, or you want to right now?
That, I need that before I've got the only other 2 items for you.
I make a motion that we go into 5 minutes personnel executive with Sean.
And so our motion needs to include the statement in order to protect the privacy of the employees. We have to include a justification and a reason.
Okay, so 5 minute personnel with Sean to protect the privacy of the individual that we'll be discussing, right?
That's exactly.
I'll second it.
Motion and moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
I don't know.
I think John has a request for personnel.
Commissioners, I'd ask you to move Daniel Parsons, who we had hired 2 to 3 weeks ago as an operator in the north shop, to the mechanic's position in the north shop, adjusting his salary to 10B at 1833.72.
I'll make a motion that we move Danny Parsons to mechanic in the north shop, 10B 1833.72.
I'll second. Any more discussion on it?
No.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, I'd recommend we hire Envy McDaniel at 7K as an operator for the south shop, and that position would be 7K at 1563.89.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion on it? What's he gonna be doing?
Could be a operator driver for the south shop to fill. And I'll bring to you next week how many positions are left. But he'll be filling, I believe, that will only leave one more operator in the north shop.
So you'll just be short one operator and
I believe so, but we'll go over the chart and make sure that I'm correct.
okay.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, I have nothing else for you today.
Thank you, Sean.
Have you heard anything on the landfill?
I have only been in discussions with the engineers. Jessica and I met with them shortly after we last spoke about it, and they were going to refine their answers to conform with the scope that we'd ask them. And then when that was ready, they would bring it to you and present it personally.
It's on the tipping floor and the
Yes.
walking floor truck. Okay.
Is there any discussion on this, cost summary by task? On this tire repair, do we still do our own repairs done at the landfill with that machine, or no?
Tire repair.
Yeah.
Tire repairs would be heavy equipment in the shops. We have a machine in the south shop. Recently, the north and the Pleasanton shops have asked us to look because those were bought, I believe, surplus. The one that we have in the south shop, they asked us to look at the possibility of getting another tire machine for those shops.
Like a basic tire machine, don't we have some at the landfill?
No, you're talking about the tire shredder.
Oh, it's a shredder.
Yes. But tire repair, I would have to assume would cover what we did, and quite possibly if we had a pickup or something that was changed out, and local tires as well, for whatever reason, it wasn't taken in the shop, it should cover all of that.
I don't have any questions.
You got anything?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
How do you guys want to do this? The discussion on a plan moving forward on some basic
Got
topics.
somebody here to talk to.
Yep.
We've left him waiting quite a while.
Jimmy, state your name and what, and just kind of.
I'm Jim Martin from Pleasanton. I was called over the weekend a little bit about, they knew I was involved in the airport building. We fought it. I and my neighbors, we spent over $12,000 paying attorneys fighting this. And there was a group of people right here in the Linn County Commission, and Gary Thompson was part of it. The zoning board that wanted this, you was just part of it.
I was involved in the process.
You was involved in the process.
Yeah.
But they just shoved it down the taxpayer's throat. And anyway, I've got documentation of the signed agreement with the city. And I'm shocked you don't have it. I do. Why am I the only one that has it? I'm a taxpayer. I keep my records. You need a copy?
I'd like to.
I wish my neighbor was here, Rick Thomas. He could really enlighten you too. You got a copy, right?
It says, Gary, it says on the bottom, it says, the parties further agree that upon final completion of the runway project, or in 3 years from the date of of this agreement, whichever later the city will convey to the county the deed of the real estate, which is this, right? This is what I got off public records and I printed it. No, Jessica got this for me, actually, I think. She got it.
That's the deed conveying the real estate to the county.
Does the county own it now? You do?
Yeah.
Well, what part of it does this county pay city tax?
The county-owned real estate, which lies within the city limits, is assessed city tax. And so I think all of the property there that the county owns is within the city limits.
So by the city partnership this with the county, ain't that almost double taxation? Taxpayers to buy it. Now you're charging a sales or property tax to own it. There ain't nothing, everybody thinks grants are great, but where's that money come from? You and I. There ain't nothing free in this world, other than advice, and usually ain't very valuable.
If we're gonna talk about grants, I guess I'll step out here with this, like a $200,000 lighting system we have. 170,000 of it come from KDOT, I understand. Is it 30,000 of it was county taxpayer money? And the bulbs or the lights are laying in the shop.
Jessica, do you want to speak on that? She talked to her board about that, and I think she might have a plan, maybe?
But what I'm saying is, just let me finish here. How many years ago was that? And KDOT just throws the money out there and they're laying in our shop. You know, we get into lots of grant money, and it's just like the resource officer program. If we want to go there, that was grant money to start that program. And our track record with that's not been real good, has it? What do you say, Danny? You want to talk about things? Let's talk about it.
I agree with you, Jim. I'm not, I agree 100%. That's why I'm against the airport is
Our
because
track record with the resource officer program is not real good either.
I agree 100%. I got that. I want to talk about that too.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%. I'm not arguing with you.
We'll go back to grant.
Let's
Just
discuss
saying.
it. Like, yeah, the airport was a grant and we didn't, now long term, we're spending money on it and we have no details.
Well,
That's
we
why
throw
I
this
called-
grant money, and Jason, you made the comment the other day, and I guess I want to clear this up.
Okay.
That you said, if we don't take the health department grant money, we fall behind. Would you explain that?
So my thought process there is those grants were set out to supply those services to our community. The other communities around us are going to take those grant monies and use them. And if we don't use them, we won't have the infrastructure or things there when we need it, if we need it. That is my stance on that, Jim.
So, okay, but then we'll go back to the sign issue.
Let's get back to task, guys. We're talking about the airport. We have a guy in the community here telling us what he thinks. Let's get back. We'll get back to it.
But if you read that, this handwritten part on the back side of that, this was made in 2008. We're here today on that last comment. How can the commission contractually require another commission to take the airport and whatever problems or issues might exist time when they had nothing to do with it making the original agreement?
Well,
Here you are today.
we can go right back to this jail over here. Nobody talked about the operational costs of it, and now this is in our lap.
Well, we voted for the,
No,
we voted how to pay for it.
Exactly.
We did not vote for the jail.
Right. We voted how to
And
pay for it.
and they'll run it down your throat. When you voted for how to pay for it, you voted for the jail. That's BS.
But what I'm saying is that it wasn't even thought about the operational costs. We're here today to argue about that.
No.
About how we're going to operate that. You know, and it just
And it's
keeps,
just gonna get worse.
it just keeps getting bigger.
So I mean, the commission's bigger than any one of us, right? And that's why it becomes our problem when we're elected into here, because we chose to accept that role.
Well, you inherited it.
But, yes, we did inherit it, but the commission acted on it. And as commissioners, when we took that oath, and correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, anybody, we took that oath, we're the managers of the county, right?
That's right.
Every business, every entity, everything that way has managers. They change. You're always dealing with someone else's problems or something along those lines. It's not different for us than it is for anybody else out there in anything that way. We have to try to work through those problems the best way we can.
We just have to be careful of what we do with the grant money when we do it. It's just like the sign issue, Jason. I'll agree
Well,
with
and-
you, but why do we want to throw money at something that we don't need? Show me a place in Linn County that's got a sign that costs that. That what she cost, the figure she brought to us.
I know First Option Bank does in Lacine.
Okay. Well, I'll go there and then tell me.
Okay.
another one.
Trying to think, does anybody else have a digital sign?
I don't see one here. There's a concern right down the street here that does as much good for people as anybody in the county. More people. And the little sign on the door, people will find it if they.
Okay.
And that's that concern's excellent for the community. I agree. But you know what? We don't have to have a digital sign in front of it. And I would say they do a lot more business than their health department does. And I'm not against the health department. That's not my issue. But
Okay.
why throw $30,000 at a sign? Let's manage it to where we can do the best for the amount of people we're seeing, and just don't throw money
So-
to be thrown at that. It's to spend grant.
Have you not asked them to do a better job of marketing and things that way, trying to
I've
get their,
asked to see the record for over
Okay.
2 years of what we do.
have you sat down with them to explain what you're asking
Talking
for?
about the
I was
airport
over there and
right
I've
now.
asked,
Hey,
I've
guys,
asked 2 different nurses.
guys, let's get back to task. We're talking about the airport here. Come on, let's stay on task here.
I've just got information if you guys need it, because we fought it from way back when. Rick Thomas was my neighbor. He was the other one that, we fought together on this, and we've got documentations from beginning to, but it does say in here, and we was promised as taxpayers, this airport would cost taxpayers $0. $0. And it was gonna be cheaper to operate than Gilmore, and they paid $2,500 a year for insurance at Gilmore's. I guess you're self-insured out here. You're not paying nobody. I don't know how you do it any cheaper. And I guess we got electricity out here, and they said there would be no electricity. It would all be solar lights. So you got expenses out there that the public was lied to about up front. They knew what they was gonna do. They just shoved it down our throats. We knew, as neighbors, we knew what was going on. That's the reason we fought it. But it was shoved down our, and I just built a house a year prior to this within 3/8 of a mile of it. I spent $250,000 of my own money to tolerate, and then I have to put up with the damn airport next to me. Now, if that won't make you mad, I don't know what would. And they said this airport had to be built because it had to be flat. It couldn't have a bump in it. What's at the end of it? It's a 45-degree angle, so when they hit the north end, they go straight in the sky. It's not flat like a normal air landing strip.
So,
And the engineering was done in-house. Doug Bartlett did a lot of the engineering on it. When they hit rock, it was gonna cost more money. So instead of addressing the rock, they just changed the elevation of the runway. And I got a good friend that's got a plane identical to what IPC had when that was built. IPC had to have it for their corporate people to come down here to see when the concrete plant was put here. And the friend I got's got the same damn plane in Pittsburgh, and he can't land there. Runway ain't big enough. Besides that, it's chip and seal, and they won't land them $1 million planes on chip and seal.
Well, my understanding is too, KDOT put a grant out there for lighting, and the runway isn't long enough for the lighting. There's something to do with the runway that.
Well, they were supposed to go on north. And the way I understand it, they'll never get a hold of the land north now, because one of the landowners is gone. It's in a trust now.
Clarence Easley on last Monday, at the airport board meeting, he kind of explained his knowledge of what those PAPI lights were, and he pretty much said that our airport was not near big enough, right, Jessica? So, and we had thrown out the idea, like, so the PAPI lights, which are the guidance lights, right, and the solar lights were purchased together, which everybody agreed that the solar light landing lights that run up the side of the runway are a good deal, and they're beneficial, right? And they're part of that grant, which it was a matching grant, 200, and then we put in 30.
The total project was 200,000. We put in 30, yes. And that was for the runway lights that are installed and the PAPI lights that are not.
And he thought it was a risk to put those in, and he said that's really on big airports, right?
For the PAPI lights, yes.
We
So
threw out the idea of locating them and trying to figure out if Jessica was able to resell them as a value as to put back in. Right, Jessica?
yes.
Have you reached out to anybody that was?
Honestly, I've been focused on the housing project. I
Right.
have not had time. It's on my list, though.
I understand.
Does the airport have a budget?
Yes.
So we're paying no budget.
It's in the general fund. It's not a separate.
But we're spending taxpayers' money there for something that's free, is what you're saying. Because I got the documents that says that no cost to the taxpayers, and you guys are spending money on it. Even if you get a grant, have to pay 5%, 10%, it still comes from the taxpayers.
Gary, I got a few questions for you, not to interrupt you. I'm just trying to figure out. So in some meeting notes from back in 2008, it talks about, Clarence Easley stated that he has 5 people that have agreed to be on this airport authority and 2 more that he is waiting to hear from. It goes on and talks, and it says, Clarence's recommendations, but then it says, the city appointed Toby Conrad, John Byington, David Yeaman, Larry Robinson, Tim Staton, Jason Saban, and Clarence Easley to the airport board committee, with Clarence Easley being the chairman. Dennis Arnold will also be the executive officer member. Larry Cleaver will also be available to advertise or advise the committee. But it says the city appointed it. And so there's already a board, right? I mean, that's what I'm understanding, right?
Well, I honestly don't remember every aspect of it, but this agreement tells us that it was initially supposed to be structured as a city airport. The city is the one that had to apply for the grant, but the agreement was that they would convey it to the county after 3 years. And so apparently from your notes, again, I don't remember that particular aspect, but from your notes, it sounds like the city then appointed the airport board, the initial airport board, because it was initially a city airport.
And it was, then they're on, let's see. On March 12, 2008, in Pleasanton City Hall, a special meeting was called for the commission to meet with the Pleasanton City Council to discuss the new airstrip and take necessary actions considering the new airstrip. And it talks about, that Arnold recommends appointing a joint city/county airport authority. And then it mentions Clarence's name again. I'm just confused on,
Well, without having the minutes in front of me to read, I couldn't interpret them very carefully or very accurately, but I don't recall if they've appointed a joint committee or if they appointed a city committee. I don't recall.
Dennis Arnold announced that we have received the grant for construction of new airport runway for up to $1 million with 90% grant. Arnold recommends appointing city, county, airport commission to manage the project. The city of Pleasanton was the applicant and the grant will go to the city, but the airport will become county property after it is completed. Arnold also submitted a grant application for repairing the courthouse. That's this part, I did wrong deal, but there's some more on here. That's the jail. I believe that, I thought I had some screenshots of Vicky talking about, or saying that she'd reached out to Nevada, Fort Scott, maybe. Do you have that? And that she,
Clarence tried to prove it. She didn't talk to him.
but she was stating about the re-overlay of it every 5 years. And I'm not speaking for, I don't know exactly what was said. It was something that I read on the minutes. So
It's either in a newspaper article or minutes.
and it talked to me there was a town meeting or something where, a total of approximately 26 letters in the opposition to the permit were entered into evidence, mostly citing among other concerns the possibility of the property value.
It did increase, my place did increase the property value next to it because of the stupid price it gave for the land. It raised my taxes drastically.
The opponents of the permits who live nearby testified that they feared noise from the runway, etc.
And we did have a meeting at press, community meeting, brought everybody in that wanted to come and comment about the airport. We had a representative there that knew how to talk about it. And so landowners had to do it because We just rented the school building down there and just had people come. We got a lot of information now, you know.
And then I was looking up at, Gary, shouldn't there have been a CPU or a CUP that was placed? And I had messaged Darren real early in the morning, and he came in early looking for it. And we couldn't find anything that stated anything about any CUP for that land. Is that?
I believe that's how the zoning was handled.
It was under Charlie Conley and.
Darren, do you got something on that?
I do. This is what I found so far.
Thank you, Darren.
So these I think are minutes from the, commission meeting. Because at the end of this, it said there was no action taken.
So those items numbered 1 through 9 are the findings that the Planning and Zoning Board made. And then the conditions are the items 1 through 4 at the end. But in the meeting in which they were presented to the commission, the CUP was not approved at that time. So there must be a later time where it was. I don't know.
And I haven't been able to find anything past this so far. Was the approval?
So the airport fell into the state's emergency plans why they wanted to give out money for this, because so they had an airport within 30 miles from.
Well, I understood it was because of the flood, and when the flood was in 2007, when everything flooded, they decided they couldn't get supplies into Linn County, so they wanted to put the money.
So, yeah, there was an airport at Fort Scott, and there was one at
Paola,
and there was nothing in between, and they wanted one.
That's the story I was told.
It says the runway be available for medevac life, and that's why I asked Galen about that. If they, I didn't think they had used it, but just trying to think long-term of what we could do here. I had reached out to him and asked him a few questions about, if life flight companies would, if he thought they'd be interested, or, if it would be beneficial to make like a hub right there at the county airport, or at the airport, and try to be like a central location between them all. And he didn't really talk, he didn't know a whole lot of details, but he was supposed to have he's going to talk to one of his upper people, and they were going to call. And I actually reached out to a lady at the nurse on Children's Mercy, and I asked her the same thing. That's kind of where I got. But they have their own. They're all based out of the Johnson County Airport or somewhere up there. But
Is the runway even long enough now for land?
But it was more for their helicopters, but they'd have to have. I believe they'd have to have some kind of high-end hangar, and it has to have certain fuel. And I mean, there's a lot of stipulations, I believe, and I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to.
And I couldn't find or see who the applicant was for this.
Yeah, if it was Linn County. Oh, is that right?
They had landowners do it.
Okay, that's right.
Get started. Went on,
This says this CUP only allows construction use of the use of a runway and parking area. The addition of any other facilities, including buildings, lights, or fences, will require additional permits. All federal and state and county regulations, including FFA regulations and environmental regulations, must be complied with. Found some meeting notes from one of the commissioners, Vicki Leonard, presented information on the maintenance cost for an airstrip. Leonard's information came from the Nevada Airport and the Bourbon County Airstrip. Leonard reported that Nevada spent $1.9 million to resurface their 5,000-foot airstrip. They budgeted $50,000 per year for the maintenance. They also planned a $200,000 lighting project. Leonard also reported that Bourbon County spent $458,000 for a seal and overlay project on their runway in 01. The runway needs to be overlaid every 5 years. She also listed costs of the parking areas and planes, fuel system, and fences. Leonard also questioned the availability of grant funds for future airport maintenance. Larry Hall quoted the Commissioner's Handbook on Authority to Spend County Funds. Ed Young, Director of Aviation of Kansas, stated that the funds have been approved for this project. Young has information available for maintenance plans for the airstrip. Did we ever do anything on that? Does anybody know?
I'm sorry, responding to a text.
Young has information available for maintenance plans on the airport or for the airstrip. Is there any document stating what our plan was after we got the airport done or the strip done?
I don't know.
There are plans for future construction, but I haven't seen anything from you.
And it said something in here, talked something here about Evergy or KCP&L utilizing it for something. Was that ever brought to? Does anybody know anything about that?
I don't.
And it says Tommy Tuggle asked if there has been any study of what the airstrip will cost the county each year, and no one answered it.
I'll tell you what the committee told us, being landowners, Clarence Ely told me, he says, Governor Sebelius wants this airport, she's gonna.
And I went to their meeting. Jessica, wouldn't you agree that your airport board thinks that we need to get something done, figure something out?
Yes. Part of the problem is that we're not an FAA airport because we've done things that are not allowed in FAA regulations. In discussion with one of my committee members that night, most airports that are FAA airports receive funding from the FAA for operational costs. It comes from the fuel tax that the pilots pay when they fill up their planes. That operating funding, and we don't have access to that.
Did they have any recommendations on what we do, trying to move forward?
Really, it was not, no. We kind of are waiting to see if we get that grant.
When is that gonna be?
It was supposed to be done 2 weeks ago.
You still haven't heard
No.
anything this week either? Okay. Do you get to talk to anybody?
They won't call me back.
I won't call you back.
It states in here, Gary, it says Herb Pemberton moved to sign an agreement with the city of Pleasanton for the grant and the ownership of the property to be used for the runway. I'm just confused on where Pleasanton comes in. it was supposed to be signed back over. Was there, are we not, or is it, I guess, is it a county airport? Is it a municipal airport? Is there not tax exempts on that? For it being a public airport?
Well, I'm applying for a tax exemption for it.
But why wasn't it, I mean, why was that brought into,
I got documents somewhere in here with the city of Pleasant. Exemption.
It was exempt when the city had it.
but whenever they got out of it, then we.
There are two things that complicate the exemption now. One is that we rent that hayland out. That is a complication. The second is that we're holding those lots for resale. We're not using them for a county purpose. And so we've got to find a way to get around those.
What do you guys think? I think this is a good example of us utilizing a grant and not thinking down the road on it, and it is really biting us.
Well, what makes it bad public, this is not supposed to cost the taxpayer a dime. Here we go after grants again. What's the in-house money we gotta pay, to keep it going? So if it don't cost nothing, why are we spending 10% or whatever the grant is? Out of the general fund.
I thought, Mr. Martin, I don't remember every aspect of this as I said.
It's all right.
But I thought that the not cost the county a dime part was on the initial construction. I thought,
It didn't cost, how come we spent $100,000 in time for $1 million? Couldn't even get a load of rock on the south end of Pleasant, Linn County, because they hauled all the rock to the airport.
I think they were trying, I think what they were saying was there was no cash contribution. Obviously, there's a cost, but.
If you're buying rock, you're buying diesel fuel, you're spending money.
What's
Water graders and trucks don't run for free.
what's our options moving forward? I've been trying to do all my research on this and try to make an educated decision on where I stand on it. And I think it's unfair to probably 99% of the taxpayers that we're utilizing county funds the way we are paying for that. And we have 26 planes registered in the county, and they all pretty much landed their agriculture zone hangars that they keep the lawnmowers in. So I don't see it. I think it's wrong that we're spending county dollars on this airport. We have no plan, and I mean, for all we know, it could need to be laid over, according to Vicky's her study she did. So what do? We go out and find a company to come in and tell us what we're doing wrong, and we try to build it up, or we continue to put tax dollars towards it, or what can we do?
Or find a private developer to take it over.
So how would that work with the lots that are already sold out there?
Well, they own those lots. I mean, just like you own a lot in your neighborhood, you know.
If you have a private developer come in, he's still got people that own the 3 lots or whatever we see that sold.
8, but yes.
Or, I mean,
8.
8,
Yeah.
okay.
That would be a way for the county to quit putting money into it.
I stopped and talked to the guys that run that hangar out there, Shannon, I think it's their last name, and I asked him how many planes they thought came in, and he said, including the crop dusters that park their equipment there, he said maybe 5 a month fly in there, and I can agree because I drive by it every day, and I think Jimmy does too. So
You'd have more activity from the more kids out of the plans that got realized. Now, when they first built it, summertime, kids practicing the stuff all day long. Just what's the practice? You'll hear them playing state rock, you'll hear them coming. I don't know. We thought it was the stupidest thing the commission could have done then. And keep throwing money in it. I still think it's the stupidest thing you guys could do, just keep throwing money. Good money after bad into a bad problem. I have to live with it. You guys don't.
I gotta live with it. I said I live with it.
Live aside.
I live pretty close to it. But I agree.
Zoning board of Pleasanton. Complaining about it, I said, I don't live here, so it don't bother me, I really don't care. Well, when they bought the Andy Wilder's place, that was across the road from him. He was complaining about his taxes going up, just like I and Rick, my neighbors did. You didn't care about us, why should we care about you?
I think we care about you. That's why we're discussing it.
Well, back then they didn't.
I
Not you
don't
guys.
think I was still in high school.
You guys are trying to hit the wrong. The commission before created a lot of issues.
How do you guys feel about it? What do you think?
I've said all along, I think it's a black hole. I mean, if we don't do something, they'll do. I think we just threw a lot of money into something with the sheet. I don't have it right there with me, but and Jessica can't get a hold of anybody to see about the grant money to help us. And there you go again. You just take more grant money, just like he says, you take more grant money to decide what we're going to do. We're going to have to make a decision of where we're going to.
It's like the lights, it was grant money and we just didn't do enough research and educate ourselves on it.
There's a lot of situations with grant money.
Jessica, and I know, and I'm not taking anything away from your work, and I'm all for the revitalization tax deal. But that's where I'm at on that. I just don't want to. I don't think there's going to be an issue with something like this happening with that. But that's just
okay.
Where I'm at
You
right
just
now.
take the
I know you've
revitalization.
done a lot of work on it.
You take the revitalization, and if the county buys in and the schools don't buy in, when they take as much money, what good is that for the county? If the schools don't want to buy into it too.
What do you think, Jason?
I think if we want to manage the school's budget, we need to be on the school board.
The airport. What do you think of that? What do you think? How do you feel on it?
I don't think we should be making a decision until we hear back on the grant. I don't have a problem with us discussing it or anything that way,
How
but
much time do we give it? I mean, we should have known 2 weeks ago, right?
They told me when I got some, yes.
How much more time do we give them?
Jessica, how much do you probably, I mean, especially since it's been really loud, you put a lot of effort into this, haven't you? I mean, you've been on the phone a lot and trying to figure things out too, haven't you?
Yeah,
I know you've done a lot of work too. I'm not taking that away from you.
I understand. I mean, it's not sustainable the way it is.
Pardon me?
It's not sustainable the way it is.
No, I mean, and I would like to hear from them, but how long do we give them?
I mean, I don't know. I would hate to, make a decision to do something and then find out the next week that we get the grant. I don't know the answer to that.
With that grant, do we know what long-term, what it's going to cost us, what it's going to benefit us, what it'll.
so the grant is for,
The grant is to have someone establish operating procedures for the airport, safety things, what should the county be doing out there, what should we not be doing out there, things like that. And also to develop a business plan to help shape development going forward. Whether that's us running the airport or having a developer come in or what that looks like, we would be paying for an expert to come in and advise us.
because I don't know anything about running an airport.
I don't think any of us do. I think that's why we're in the position we're in.
I don't think anybody has. I think you just dumped money into it. I don't think we had a plan for anything.
Well, that's what this grant is for, is to establish a plan so we can make smart decisions.
Has anyone ever reached out to Pleasanton and see if they, I know I did hear, but I'm not on their best list, I guess, but, about, tax abatement or trying to figure out, why we're getting taxed so much when we're trying to work together. I don't know. It's just, the whole thing just doesn't make sense to me. I'm lost on how it's all just flowing and we've never done anything about it.
I almost think we don't make any decisions until we hear back from the grant. And I understand that it was supposed to be 2 weeks ago, but I think we can't make any informed decisions until we know about that money.
And exactly what's tied to that as far as what we have to do to use their money.
Do you have the terms on what the grant is? I mean, do you know?
So it's a planning grant. They've got different categories, and the different categories are the matching portion is different. For the planning category, it's a 95-5 match. So we asked for 50,000. I can't do math. Whatever 5% of 50,000 is what we would be
25,000.
responsible for. Okay.
And the fuel system out there, I know that you had talked about that, and it's broken right now, right?
Yes, we still have not gotten a firm bid from Hoydell to replace the pump. Repairing the pump is nearly $2,000. We've spent almost $7,000 on repairs on that pump since we installed it. So
Way more than
we also, I'm sorry?
way more than what we've made off of fuel, probably,
Yes.
just on the pump.
But I also got another vendor that I'm trying to reach out to. I called him last week. I'm going to call him again this week to see if their pumps would be more reasonable or what they would run. I guess there's three fuel pump vendors that service this area. I've talked to a couple of the gas stations.
So do you know what roughly what it's gonna cost to get that thing up and operating again, or whether the fuel just gonna sit there, or what, how long has it been sitting?
Well, that's going to depend on if we decide to buy a new pump or fix the one we have. I mean, if you want to go ahead and fix it and then look at replacing it, we could do that, but
I personally,
that doesn't,
my opinion, I don't wanna put another dollar into it until, I just don't want to put another dollar into it, truthfully. What do you guys think?
I'm of the same opinion.
Me too. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
thank you.
Legally, is there any obligation we have since it has a budget? What do we have to do?
I'm sorry.
Since it's budgeted for this year, is there any legal obligation?
You don't have to spend money that's budgeted. Budget is the authority to spend if you wish to. It's not mandatory.
I will tell you, regardless of whether we sell fuel at that pump or not, we still pay the credit card fee every month. It ranges between $89 and $215, so it's not a huge amount, but that is still something that we are obligated to pay, regardless of whether we sell fuel.
How long is it? It's under contract or something? Or-
I haven't seen the contract. I don't know how long.
It's through the bank or whatever you're through, right?
It's Heartland. It's the
Heartland.
credit card. It's the company that owns the credit card machine.
I don't think it is ethanol.
Okay, it's gas in it. Yeah, it's.
That's what you like using.
Yeah, it's not diesel. I keep thinking it's diesel for some reason. Okay, side by side.
It's Avgas.
Avgas, it'd be a leaded gasoline, probably still.
So what, can we put our own pump on it and use it for county? I don't know, what do we?
I don't know that we have a
Use it for
spare-
county airplanes.
We put that in vehicles. We used to sell leaded, but I think it's a leaded gasoline, or used to be.
It runs good in the side by side. But it's. but-
We have to use a lot of chainsaw.
I don't think, it's been years since I dealt with it, but I don't think it'd be something. you can say.
Didn't we just fill that thing too?
October.
So it's probably 3/4 way full, or full.
Yeah.
Will it hurt anything sitting there for?
I don't know how long you're allowed to leave it sit.
But it becomes kind of a self-fulfilling thing. If people find out that they can't get gas here, then they'll quit trying to get gas there.
It is. When they know the pump's broke, they won't no longer come by.
You said it's what is it to, your maintenance guy, it costs you a pretty penny to get them to even come out and look at it, right?
It's
$500.
$500 a trip for Hoydale to come out and look at that pump, no matter what they do to it.
And some of the strips.
We already know it's broken, what it takes to fix it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I know the guys that have a hangar out, well, he doesn't own the hangar, but his opinion was he owns a lot right next to it, and I don't know if he's actively trying to sell it, but he said he wanted to sell it because he wasn't gonna do anything on it because the taxes are ridiculous, is what his exact words were to me. So as far as the happy lights, are you looking for answer, or you never got any answers on that back yet?
I haven't had time to
Oh,
check.
that's right, you haven't had time. Gary, you think that's something we could probably do?
And it's probably going to be a couple weeks before I do have time to check on it, but it's on my list.
Find a place to sell them.
Yeah, I don't know what the terms of that grant were, but most of those grants have been pretty free-handed. I mean, once we've got the money and got it done, then.
They haven't checked back, see.
They watch their accounts too.
Installed, so.
Yeah. So I would say that we probably could work out a way to do that if you can find a buyer.
So, I mean, do we need to make any kind of motion to not, I mean, what do we need to do?
No, I mean, you don't have to make a motion to not act. I mean, if you're not gonna fix the pump, you don't need to move to not fix the pump. You just let things stay as they are. If you're,
Do we still have to, I mean, if it snows or something, we still gotta go out there and push snow off the runway?
we still need to maintain it, I think.
Yes, because if someone tries to land there, they would have trouble if it was not clear. So we still need to maintain it, but
And I think they stated in your meeting that it wasn't getting mowed like it was supposed to last year or something. There he is, the basic mowing, not the haying, but the other part.
I think by the end of the season,
Out there.
I think by the end of the season, they'd gotten it figured out.
Commissioners, I can't stay much longer. I'm gonna have to go pretty quick. I'm sorry to.
Thompson, I have one airport question, and it's about jurisdiction. Currently, the county mapping shows that's within the city of Pleasant.
That's correct.
Is that true still? We don't know.
That is true.
So legally, what do they have to provide to the airport since they annexed it in?
They don't even,
They have to provide what?
If they annex something in, don't they have to give you amenities if they annex that in, correct?
They're providing the water now.
Oh, it's through whole.
They buy it from somebody else, but they're providing it.
probably 2 meters out there.
Yeah. I think that's right. There's two. They're providing the water. There are limits to what they have to provide. They should be responsible for providing fire protection, for example, out there. But they're not equipped to do it.
I mean, are they, to annex something in, does it have to be in the best interest of the people, not just for I'm not saying they're doing it for a revenue, but it just can't be for a revenue. I mean, it's gotta be in the best interest of the people.
It could be for whatever reason the city council wants to do it.
But it has to join you, right? I mean,
Well, there are different kinds of annexations, but there is the regular annexation. It has to be adjoining to the current city limits. But there's what they call an island annexation that does not. And
that's probably what happened.
That's what happened here. And an island annexation requires the cooperation of the county commission. And that's what occurred in this case.
So it doesn't have to go to any kind of committee or anything like that to be reviewed for, they can just annex anything under 21 acres? Wasn't it?
If the owner requests it be annexed, they can annex
What if the owners
anything.
don't request it? They don't want
But
to.
they did. The owners did.
I know in this instance, but just.
Oh,
in general.
yeah, they can't annex anything over 21 acres involuntarily.
Can they take a portion of 80 acres and say they want 21 acres right next to it of it?
In theory, yeah.
They can just take a portion of your.
Yeah, they don't have to annex all your land. They can just annex part of
What
it.
they want, if it's, or if it's a adjoining ground.
Right, if it meets the other requirements.
But only if you want to, right? I mean,
You know, if it meets the requirements for an involuntary annexation, then they can take whatever portion they
Doesn't
want.
have to supply that.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, with an involuntary annexation, they have to give you a plan of what they're going to provide. But if their plan says we're not going to provide anything, then they basically don't have to provide anything. In a voluntary annexation, which was what this was, because the county commission cooperated with them, they don't even have to provide a plan.
it's a lot of information.
Not to change the subject, but I'm going to change the subject. Darren Wilson is willing to serve on the sick leave bank board. So if you would make a motion to appoint him to that, that'd be good.
Make a motion to appoint Darren Wilson to the City League Bank Board for the county employees.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moving, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Does anybody have anything for Gary before he has to go?
Nope.
Everybody want to take a recess and get a drink and breathe, or what do we want to do?
What do you want to do?
I would like to take a recess. I'll make a motion that we recess for 10 minutes.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moving, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I had sent Chris Martin a link to, it was, Douglas County. They're one of their pages and it has their, it's called the Open Budget Douglas County. And I just asked him what his opinion on it was, if you guys want to take a look at it, and I'm not saying we need to do it, I'm just saying it was a pretty cool little deal how they had everything. You can explore the budget and it has like all these little details on it, and I click on each one of them. I don't know if that'd be beneficial for him, or I can send a link. But that's just their county website. All right. What do you guys want to talk about? Something you guys want to address?
I've got my list. You guys would. Kind of my goals for 2023. I think we need to start doing a better job of building our culture within the county, within our staff and everything that way. That starts at the top. That's with us, how we treat people, how we deal with people, and things that way. I would like for us to develop a mission statement that we follow, something that we can build on and use us to guide us when we're looking at these different issues.
You think countywide?
Yes.
Do you know anything, didn't we have, or we were working on something like that at one time last year or year before? Oh, okay. I agree with you on that though.
We are the managers of Linn County. We have 142 full-time employees that we oversee the finances and things like that. We're the board of directors for that. We have part-time employees in there as well. I don't think we should be worrying about other entities and what they're doing. I think we should be worried about what we're doing. I think we have enough things for us to try to fix ourselves without doing that. We need to control what we have, collaborate with our staff and cities rather than fight with them. Would like to develop consistent policies and procedures. I don't like the implied orders that we talked about with the sheriff and things that way. I think we need to be taking action in our meetings so that we can set clear expectations.
What you talking about with the sheriff with the plot?
Well, so there last week we were talking about the mutual aid agreements with the cities and how we're doing things that way. And I think it's very difficult for the sheriff to manage those situations when he's working off of what he thinks we said. We haven't set a policy. We haven't outlined a policy on how we're going to handle things. And you know, I'm not saying that he's not involved in making the policy. I'm just saying that if we don't adopt it.
But it is a statute, right?
What is?
The mutual aid agreement. No, I'm saying as far as through the
So
jail.
charging for the jail.
That is a statute that you should charge, is what you said, I thought. Is that the way I took it?
There is a statute that says I have to charge, but I'd have to have a resolution from the commission.
And that's what I'm saying.
You
There
feel like
was
it's our
never a
responsibility
resolution that
to- I
said
agree
you
with
not,
you.
is the way I understand it. There was never a resolution
I know
written
that-
for you not to charge.
Yeah, they're
right?
elected, but we should all work together.
So we have an implied order out there with the sheriff right now. And what I'm saying is it needs to be policy.
Well, the way I see it is that if it's a statute, that it's his call to do what, we don't need to be involved. It's his call.
To the most of the points, you are correct, but I would have to come to you for whatever services. So let's just say a citizen came to me and made a Cora request and Kansas Open Record Act request. In order to charge anybody for anything that I do, because I have to come to you for all of my funding, I can't accept funding from other places. So if I would need the ability to charge them for services rendered, there would be a resolution in place. Katie holds this in the clerk's office. And the resolution said that all offices, departments, whatever, have the ability to charge an individual for this court request. So, Bobby, just as an example, in a court request, what do we charge per hour? $20 per hour to research that. Bobby does all of our court requests. So then we would be able to do it. Now, back in July, I came to the commission and I asked for a resolution to be able to charge for our jail services, and that was provided to me. The commission came back to me and they offered me a resolution that said that the sheriff can go out and do these things for jail services, and that would be holding of inmates. That's what the entire resolution is about. So anything that I could charge for, contract for, whatever, has to come through that resolution from the commission, and that would become essentially the legislature made a law and said, you'll charge for these items.
We've got to work together on these things.
That's right, because in the contract, and Danny queried me last week for contracts of what other counties do.
I actually got them right here. We can talk about them.
Yeah, very well. And in the contract, it would require the commission to sign off on some of those things. So if we were making a contract with another taxing agency within inside of Linn County, the commission would sign off on that contract and say, hey, we agree with this. You know, if it was to a city, the sheriff's going to sign, the city's going to sign, the commission's going to sign, because then you realize this. And it essentially would make it law at that point.
So to elaborate on what he was talking about the contracts, I printed off a few and then you guys can read through them. I highlighted it, but like City of Enterprise in Dickinson County, their population in Enterprise is 818 people. The county itself is 18,572 people. And the contract that the county has with the City of Enterprise is that the city shall pay the sum of $5,795.94 per month, $69,551 per year to the county law enforcement to provide services to the agreement. And it talks about, what that would be. And, but we can, Kevin, tell me if I'm wrong, but we can kind of set that how we want. I mean, you're not gonna be dealing with like animal control and, things like that. And it's signed by the Board of Commission, not the sheriff. So here's one for Solon, Kansas and Dickinson County too. Solon has 963 people. Dickinson has 18,572, and they charge their city $9,465.93 per month. The county law enforcement services provided by this agreement. The sheriff, Dickinson County, Kansas, shall be administrator of this agreement. In addition to the rights and the responsibilities specifically set forth in this agreement, shall all the rights and responsibility of the chief of police of the city of Solon, Kansas, pursue under the Kansas law of ordinance of the city. And I mean, there's a lot. You guys can read over. I've read over them all night. But I mean, I think I got a bunch of them. I mean, this is the Chase County, city of Strong City, 416 people. And they have 2,598 people in their county, and they charge a rate of $9,000 annually. and it's signed by the Board of Commission. And then Melbourne, County of, or Osage, the County of Osage, they're 15,768 people, and Melbourne is 351 people, and they're charging, their city's sum of $30,000, all services provided by the sheriff's department, which includes, everything. I mean, really, besides animal control, there's a few things in here that the contracts will, it says that they're not going to charge, or they're not going to provide, but if you guys want to take a look at them, that's pretty typical of what I've done my research on.
The question I have just like we supply security for the football or all the extra curricular activities at the schools also. We're taking hours out of the school resource officer program to do that. So what's the difference there, Kevin, as far as why do we go do that at the schools and taking care of these?
Well, we have a contract with SRO now, which I think's, why do we have a contract with SRO to the schools, but we don't have a contract for the sheriff's department to the cities?
But you see what I'm saying is it's mandatory that everybody goes to school. But what we're doing, we're taking the resource officer out of the school. If there's a football, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the resource officer, if he has a football game to go to that night, he comes out of the school during the day sometime, to not for overtime, right?
That's true.
So look how many hours we're leaving our schools unprotected throughout the year. Why don't, it used to be, and I went back and talked to some people that did this. It used to be the school paid your off-duty officers to be the security for the extracurricular activities.
That could have been the case. I do not
It was
know.
ahead of your time.
Yeah.
But I did talk to a guy that's what he did. We supplied the cars. We still went just like you guys go.
Right.
But the schools paid the hourly rate for whatever it was.
Some of these contracts, the city pays for their for the staffing in the jail for the inmates, or for the students. I can't remember which one it was, but
I don't have a problem with you charging the cities myself, but if we're going to do that, I think we need to do the same thing for the school systems with the extracurricular activities, and keep our officers in the schools. Because I read your standard, the thing you sent me, it says 7:30 to 15:30.
That's right.
And then there's some other lines in there, Kevin, that says, if they're not available, we'll have somebody there, I mean, how can we pick and choose what time to be in the school is what I'm asking,
Yeah, I agree.
It's hard for you to decide because, where do we take the officer out for 3 or 4 hours for a football game?
That's right.
And we all get to decide whether we go to that football game or not. That's extracurricular activity. The rest of the time, the kids are required to be in school.
I don't disagree. I reached out to superintendents earlier this year and said, give me your activities, because
We send FFA kids all over this country and don't send anybody with them.
Yeah.
I had tons of them on my property here a few years ago on a soil judging. Buses lined the road up. I didn't care.
Yeah.
But you look at that. Why do we not? If we're going to do it for the football game, let's do it for the FFA kids.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I mean, I don't know how we do that. I've reached out to superintendents and said, please tell me when you believe we need to be assisting, at higher levels of.
They're not going to take ownership as long as they don't have to pay for it. Whenever they start taking ownership, whenever they start paying for it, they will take ownership.
Yeah.
Whenever we give them something, and that's what we've done along. And I mean, in the last year, we started charging them $12,000 an officer, and before it was a gift to them. The county taxpayers here, it goes back again. There's another grant there that started this program, and then the county eats it.
So we don't fund, I'm just gonna call it a package for Kevin's budget provides to the city, the municipalities that we give dispatch and all that stuff to. We don't give Prescott anything, and we don't give Blue Mountain anything. We give them.
We serve them. We take.
I'm just talking like if they wanted to put a police officer in, in their city, or do we need to provide them with the same exact services that we provide Pleasanton with?
Well, I think you'll see in a lot of the contracts, and I don't care where you guys go on this. I mean, it's going to make people's heads explode. But I think one thing you kind of have to consider is if they are a city, they're a taxing entity. We serve
we serve every one. I mean, we have unincorporated, we have incorporated, we have all different types of structures. But if you look there, there's some of those cities who have police officers that work their city, but they don't work it 24/7. So then they would,
Part-time county employees that work for them, some of them.
yeah, but in this situation, the county still has a contract with them and they pay for their dispatch services. They might pay for coverage at certain times and things like that because they are a taxing entity. Now, we've always looked at this in Linn County as all the folks who reside here are taxpayers, so we're going to cover it. And not to throw anybody under the bus, and I wouldn't want you to think I'm doing that, but Commissioner James was very very much against charging anybody for anything when it came to our cities, and that's fine. That's his prerogative. And that would have led to, we're probably not going to get a resolution for charging people. And I'm not for it or against it. It's up to you, the Board of County Commission, fund me. So however this plays out, I mean, because, if we were looking at funding issues on this, whether it's whatever division, it could be patrol, it could be school resource, it could be jail staff. That, if we obtain funding from them, that's not going back into my budget. That's going into your budget. So I have to have approvals if we were ever going to say, hey, we're going to write a contract and we're going to charge a municipality X amount of dollars for something. That's really between you and the city, because the city's not writing me a check saying this is for you. If I get a check from anybody, it's going back into, now it could be a grant or something like that, and it would go like into sheriff trust because that's maybe a payment for down the road expenses for something. It could even be for payroll. I mean, if you had a grant to pay for a project or something, just like our state of Kansas, they hire us at times to work traffic on the highway. They would pay us back in some way. So that could go into trust so we could purchase equipment or whatever that grant money is pointed to. In a situation like this would be between the commission and a municipality to say, we're going to charge you for X amount of services. So when the sheriff comes to us in June with his budget, we know we got dollars coming in and we can put dollars in that budget, or however you would look at that.
And that's where, and I wish there was a perfect world we didn't have to charge we didn't need to charge the municipalities, but I just feel like that we're not getting anywhere in the county, and that'd be maybe and I'm not saying we need to go out and charge them, we need to talk to them and all that, and I've tried to go and talk to Pleasant about the taxes on the airport and stuff, and there's just no, we just can't ever get anywhere, and I'm not saying I'm gonna go out and charge them.
The point I was trying to make was all just about implied orders, that we needed to, and I was using that as an example, not trying to get us down into the weeds.
Right. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I kind of went down a rabbit hole there, but I just wanted you to have more understanding.
I'm just trying to bring it back in. So, I want to be able to provide you with the direction that we need to, guys.
Any direction that you would provide me would be agreed upon direction, because my dailies are my dailies.
Understood.
And I happily accept, I'm back at the meetings. We're here to talk about things. And I feel like if you guys are wanting to take this path, we have to work together, because you couldn't contract me to a city if I don't have the personnel to handle this thing.
Correct.
So I think we've all got to kind of look at this together as a joint venture. Quite honestly, if this is a path that the commission is looking at taking, the cities are going to need to be deeply involved in this to understand
Of course they will.
The services.
Of course they will. So, one of my other points was taking action, both positive and negative. For a case study on this, I would like to look at Allie Hamilton coming in and asking us to fund her sign. Danny, what do you think we told her?
Well, we told her that if she went out, try to go out and go get other funds and come back to us and let us know what she got, and we'd try to match it.
Okay. Is that what you thought as well, Jim?
Matching funds is what.
Okay. And yet we were worried about $1,500 on speakers. That's when I'm talking about the sign.
Okay. What do you think of what that sign says as far as that guy did versus what that $1,500 speakers did?
So, do you know the guy?
No, but my dad did.
Okay.
So I mean.
But we're back into, I guess, in my estimation, that we're going to grant her those funds to put the sign up to remember somebody who's passed, who did some good things.
That probably let us sit where we're sitting right now.
Which should be in a
But
tourism.
we're not gonna take care of the people today. $6,500 on that sign versus, you know.
It's not sold the speaker system. We got told the whole story on the speaker system as well.
Okay.
I'm not certain of. That's
Okay.
I feel like we have department heads in place that we hire, elected and non-elected to serve our county. If we have to question everything they do, and they have a spending limit, but we're
That
still
you guys approved.
that we approved in the policy, but we're still questioning. I feel like that they feel like that they're not doing their job, and it just creates division in the county. And I mean, if we're going to police it, I guess we take the spending limit out, and they should have the best interest of the county, and I think they do. But I do think the grants need to be
And
thought on more.
you're saying, well, we could have built the building better. Would that have been more cost effective? That was one of your arguments against the speakers. That would have been more cost effective.
We threw $500,000 to hurry up again because of grant money, to hurry it up at the end, and you can ask everybody that worked here that we run through it. So there it is.
But I'm just saying, is it more cost effective? You're counting pennies over there. Is it more cost effective to have more insulation in the walls or $1,500 on speakers?
I don't agree with the speakers, and I never will, because I don't think that's the whole reason we got the speakers. Because, if we go to this, Jason, we spent $40,000 on a computer program. I asked last week for the records. Would you think if we was utilizing this program, should I not have the records here today? Do you think I could go to the bank and have them to print out?
I don't think she understood what you were asking.
I've asked for them for over 2 years now.
I'm not debating that.
We've talked about this issue.
So would you like to know that I walked in over there and sat down with her and tried to explain what I thought you were asking for? And that's what she's working on bringing back.
Why, if we're using the program, well, I'll tell you what, I talked to the nurse in Bourbon County. I asked her the same question. She said, I'd have it to you by noon tomorrow of what I've done.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying
But
is the
we
program.
ran off the last two health department directors.
I feel like for the multi-county, and I've dealt with them a little bit, because I know that Fort Scott shut it down and that CHC took it over and all that stuff. My personal opinion about multi-county is they're in place to cover a state statute, and they don't provide the services. This is my opinion. So I feel like that they're just.
And I'm telling you, she'll be bringing in numbers that will be what you want to see, that will detail out what we're spending per customer, per citizen coming through over there.
And how many actual for the year?
Correct.
I've been over, I talked to her about it.
Okay. That brings me to our next one. Pay scale. Okay. I think we need to do a confidential employee survey to find out what's truly important to our employees. If we go pulling benefits away from them, we need to know that we're not creating a bigger issue than what we already have, and things that way. If we're is pay truly an issue with the majority of them? We need to have information that we're working off of to make these decisions. We just can't go talk to the ones we know and go. And the only way we're going to get honest feedback is a confidential survey. And we can do it in the same way that we did for the comprehensive plan, whether that be that we have Pam put it together and they can fill it out online. We can have paper surveys for the ones that don't have it. I would propose that we put together a committee to come up with the questions that we need to ask. I would be willing to serve on that committee. Merit-based raises, I think that's where our focus needs to be on the pay scale. We keep the good, we build the capable, right? Missy doesn't understand what you're saying by cost benefit analysis. If you ask her for it 20 times, she's not understanding. There's two-way communication, right?
She should be able to print off to me, or that's what I think, if we use a computer program.
Well,
She should be able to go print off exactly what we did the last year. Is that, if we're putting the data in correctly?
I'm not,
Thought I had it.
I don't have an answer for that.
Would you think, you know computers well enough, would you think if we're putting the data in correctly of what we're doing, that we could?
So she has some of that information already at her disposal. Yes, through the program.
Heck of a packet.
Yeah, that's grant money.
That way-
That's our budget. That's not telling me that we did 1,000 flu shots or we seen.
But it's
100 WIC cases.
And what I'm saying is that we need to work with our employees. That's all I'm saying. We need to provide them with guidance, provide them with support
Expectations.
to try to bridge the gap that we might have up here with them. And that is what I'm saying. We've got to build the ones we have. If they're a capable employee, then we need to work with them and figure out those things.
I've asked the question, like I said, for 2 years now, and I haven't got.
Okay.
And I'm not the only one that, Danny, you've listened to that, haven't you? That I've asked.
I'm not arguing that point. I'm not arguing at all.
And
So,
she has started giving us a weekly report. I do it, but she's done much better.
But when she was hired, I don't know, because I got mad and left that commission meeting when you guys hired her, but when she was hired, did she know what the expectations that we have for her? Do we have guidance for her? Do we tell her what we expect from her each year?
I've been over there and talked to her about that, and I'd like to see that. I told her that. I've told her.
okay. So, and it comes back to me, why would anybody want to work for us?
I agree. I'm about there too. I'm just kidding. You guys don't laugh at me.
But then it's at the road department. Jason, it looks like to me we're getting guys hired.
I know, but
We
I'm
always have people
I'm
hired.
saying with our culture, with the way we're treating people, why would anybody want to work for us? You approved her budget, it's within her spending limits, and then you're doing it there. If you want to talk about that sign right there, and you don't want her to have it, you should have voted no on her going out for proposals on it.
I just don't see a lot of cons to having that. I mean, because I'd asked her, what the maintenance.
I'd have lost
software-
that vote anyway. At the
I
time.
know, but
Well,
I'm
it
just
doesn't mean
saying that.
But it doesn't mean you
Go
don't
out.
talk about it though.
She didn't tell me that that's the exact sign that she was going out at. You can go out for signs. I don't know. She didn't come to us and tell us exactly. She said she wanted a digital sign.
Well, she came in here and did a workshop and we didn't give her no answers.
That's right. I was sitting right out there in this.
I just don't see any bad outcome of this unless it's,
What businesses in Linn County have a digital sign, Danny? He says the bank does.
You're complaining about us not being able to market to the existing people out there.
But at the dead end of a road, or at the dead end,
that's
how many
more,
people drive by that?
I think that's more of a reason to have it.
Maybe they see it as they're going. It's right across the road from the CHC.
CHC, we have 3 of them in the county, and not one of them has a digital sign.
Yeah.
If you want to find it, you will find it. Is that a fair statement? If I want to find it.
I don't know. Yes, if I want to find it, I will. I don't know about the people who are utilizing that service. That's not a service that I utilize.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't
and-
understand what the health department does. They just think it's for low income people, and that's 100% not the case at all.
Anybody
And that's
can
why
use
we've got to do a better job of marketing that,
I agree.
um,
I'm all
stuff and
about this.
everything that way. And I'm not saying you can't agree on it, Jim. You're welcome to put your no vote. I thought we should have gave money to Lacine for the city deal. I put a no vote in. I'm not harboring any ill feelings
I'm not
toward
either.
your decision
I'm not,
to not.
but I'm just saying that's the way I feel about the
Okay.
sign, and I'm not gonna vote for it.
That's fine.
And I don't think a lot of the taxpayers in Linn County would agree with it either.
Okay.
To spend $30,000 on a sign.
The sign in Paola for their health
She
department.
already has the grant money though. What else are we gonna do
There's
with it?
4 counties down here that's probably gonna spend less than 5,000 for one.
But is that providing the service? We don't have anything to provide to this.
What kind of service
No,
are you
listen,
providing?
listen to me.
We're trying.
The health department provides a lot of services. I mean, they do pool parties, they do all that stuff. Like, so it's not justifiable to pay the taxes here. It's not. We don't have McDonald's. We don't have a Walmart in 2 miles. But the health department, they do provide a lot of stuff. Multi-county don't provide all this stuff. So this is an asset to me.
That's the reason why I go back to, I'd like to see what we have provided. And nobody can come up with that record.
And I told you we're working on it, Jim.
Years.
You know, what we provide.
I haven't been working on it for years, Jim.
I'm not saying you have, but you're not the one that's gonna provide it for me.
I'm working on it.
You're not gonna provide it for me. You're gonna have to go off, based off of what the
Correct. Correct. I'm not compiling it.
So that's
Because
what we hire.
That's not my job.
That's what we hire them for. And when you ask the question, oh, how many have you seen in the last year? That's what they should provide us.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, then most
And
people
it
come in
takes
here and
over
they
a week
leave as fast as they can. They don't want to
She
talk.
said she would have it. She still don't have it today. With a computer that costs over $40,000. Program.
Okay.
Private enterprise wouldn't operate like that, Jason. If somebody in private
We're
enterprise,
not private enterprise.
we better operate it like one.
We got a lot of work to do then.
I'll agree.
So, I think we need to be, bringing our ideas together, deciding which ones are the most important and trying to focus in on those. Danny, I don't want you going out there and having to do research on the airport thinking that we're going to come in here and make a decision on that tomorrow. When
No, I don't expect that at all, but I'm gonna go out and do my research.
I'm not saying you shouldn't go out and do your research or anything that way. That's not what I'm implying. I am just saying that we need to come together, and Jim, you need to say what you think we need to work on. Danny, you need to say what you think are our key points that we're going to work on and we're going to build. And then we need to go through the 3 of us and rank those 3 things.
I agree.
So that we can then start doing our research on the one thing that we're going to take action on. And we work on that until we get it finished. So what's the most important thing? So, Jim, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on things you think we need to work on.
Number one, I mean, I can say that to the health department. We need to sit down and look and see what the money we're spending and the amount of people we're seeing. That's been my number one concern for 2 years, just to look at numbers.
Okay. Anything else?
Resource officer program, I'd like to look at that too, just like we talk about the supply and security for the extracurricular activities. Is that what everybody wants? If the schools want the security there, let them pay for it and put the officer in the school. If that's what we choose to do, because I don't know how you can balance this thing and knowing when to pull them out of the school and send them to the football game when we're leaving the school, sit there for 3 or 4 hours with nobody there.
Okay.
But we just discussed and I'm just gonna go into details a little bit. We just discussed the SRO program and we just signed a contract with them. I thought we were all content.
We've signed it, but we can change it anytime.
I felt like
yearly.
I felt like that the SRO program was a start, and I think then we gave up. I feel like that it should have led into, just.
Kevin, would you guys agree that, that we are leaving a void at these schools by doing what we do?
There are times there are voids in the schools for hours because they're going out and working another program. But I would also agree that that's my job, not yours. Your job is to fund it or not.
And you
So,
administrate it.
Yeah, but you're also coming in to ask us for the cities too, you know, I mean, as far.
I'm not asking for that.
You've come to us about it.
He just gave us
What
detail
are
on
we
it.
charging?
He just told us what we were doing.
Educated us.
He's providing information.
I have not asked for that. I have not asked that we charge the cities because I just stood up here and said their heads are going to blow off when they hear this conversation.
Last thing I want to do is charge the cities, but I want to get everything out there, take care of our own first. And I'm not saying that's the way to do
So
it.
I guess for the record, that's not necessarily my idea, but that's a way for you to receive funding to fund the programs that are available out there.
Well, and I think it comes back to, I think the cities have expectations of us and we have expectations of them, and neither one of us are meeting those expectations.
I agree.
And that's why I'm saying that we need a mutual aid agreement or something along those lines that kind of details out what we're going to provide at what level, what they're going to provide to us at what level, and we stop worrying about the details because the details are already spelled out for us.
You have no control over the fire department, though, Jason, of what happens with the fire departments, because they can control it. They control where their tax money goes to the cities.
And I understand what you're saying there. So we have control over our fire department. And we could make it where if we feel like we're the only ones responding to fires, we're not giving up control of the fire scene due to the fact that we're the ones there. You know, we can make stipulations in there that'll benefit us and our employees that we're putting at risk.
There we've had employees hired and we don't even have a contract since 2019.
Correct.
That's the problem. We don't assess any of this stuff. We just roll with it.
You know, just like that, our employees did not keep up with the contracts.
Maybe they didn't want it.
Pardon me?
Maybe they did not want it.
Or they probably talk to us and then we put on the back burner.
Sometimes.
And follow through.
Sometimes, yeah, I mean, maybe they just didn't want a mutual aid contract with somebody. I mean, because it's really a contract. It's telling you what we're going to do. And quite frankly, I don't call them mutual aid because mutual aid to me means we're going to go help them or they're going to go help us. And we do that with all of our communities. We may get sideways about it. I might growl at a police department, a municipality about the way they do something because it don't necessarily work with the way we do something. But sometimes having a contract locks you in to stuff that you don't have the manpower to do. I'm just saying, and I'm talking about you call them mutual aid agreements. I don't call that a mutual aid agreement when they're paying something. To me, that's not mutual aid. That's a business contract.
I mean, and these.
And it's just lingo.
So
is all it is.
So, okay. So explain to me, you have a call for a bank robbery in the city of Lacine.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? Are you guys not working together?
Let's use pharmacy robbery because that just happened. And I can tell you how.
I was just thinking of bank robbery because I've been involved in one.
Sure. So yeah, we provide mutual aid. In the last robbery we had in the city, we worked the case, we done the warrants, we arrested the bad guy because the bad guy wasn't in their city. So he's already gone. He's off to prison at this point. But nevertheless, we went in, we took our personnel in, we assisted them. We backed them in the situation. Actually, I think we were first on scene maybe. Well, right, because we had warrants to write and things like that. So yeah, we go in and assist with that stuff on a daily basis, not necessarily a robbery.
What makes you guys be able to take over her if it's in her city?
We wouldn't take the case from them, but we offer our services. If they agree to our services, that's on our dime.
Okay.
And we go in and do it the way we do it per our policy. And that's agreed with the city. They would say, yeah, we're going to need your help because the perpetrator of the crime lives outside of our community. My guys spent hours and hours out that night, locate the perpetrator. He's in another municipality. We go, we make the arrest, we serve the search warrants, we do all of that stuff. We are more in tune to do that. It's just kind of like our fire services. They have more resources than others.
So if we had an incident at a school, you would not call the cities in to help?
They show up anyway, don't they, most of the time?
Yeah, we call the cities,
And that's why I'm saying mutual aid is, aren't they supposed to be providing you backup as well?
Sure.
In situations?
And they do.
And that's why I'm calling it a mutual aid agreement, because they're giving us something and we're giving them something.
Right. And that would be, but we're not charging them for that at this point.
Right. And I mean, those are all details that have to be worked out and everything that way. I get that. But
Yeah.
I'm saying that we've got to establish the guidelines. The policies need to be put in place. If we're managing things with our implied orders and things that way, there's no record to come back to saying it. The airport, for instance, we have no record going back to those things. We were just provided with our contract today. They should have been in the minutes of our meeting. That agreement should have been. And I know they're doing that now.
Yeah.
And
It's probably in the minutes somewhere if you go back and find them.
It takes a lot of time. I've been doing it all week. It's our job to, I know we lean on, well, they're elected, we can't tell them what to do. Well, yeah, you're right, but I feel like that it's our job to construct it, and it's their job to administrate it. I guess, it's like the prosecuting attorney, because he's elected, we just tell his department, oh, you're elected.
Just like,
with you.
just like the resource, and I understand what you're saying, Kevin, but when we're funding the program, and we are, is that what we want to be, where they pull a resource officer out to go to a football game? Is that what you want? I mean, as a board?
So I'm not sure that that they have to be there during every hour of school. That's not our only measures that we have in our schools and stuff that way, so, I mean, the other side of that to me is, like Kevin said, that's his responsibility.
It is his call, but I'm saying as far as funding it, is that the way you feel we ought to be funding it, to fund the
So I think my personal opinion is that the school resource officers need to be managed through the sheriff's department, because we can do it more economically that way than developing another police department within our different territories and having more officers being out there without jurisdiction to do what, like Sheriff Friend said, they're able to act without being out in the county.
My argument is with if we're going to put them in the schools, let's put them in the schools. Let's not pull them out of the schools. Then let the schools take over for the extracurricular.
Okay.
How many SRO officers are you down, Kevin? 2 out of 6.
Correct. 2 out of 6.
Do you have any applicants for those positions?
Negative. None.
So right now, how do you do that? You got to pull one from one school to manage another and just kind of split their time?
Yep, that's right. And I think it's also valuable to say SROs go to court, SROs go to do home visits, SROs go do all kinds of stuff.
They do traffic too, don't they? Or to fill in time on the summer times?
Well, in the summertime, they work a regular schedule, yes. We have a very weird, odd thing that goes on in Linn County, and we have more plats of ground than about any other county around us because of our lake developments. So those will fill up, and we'll have a lot more population in Linn County throughout the summer months. I think you all would see that if you go visit any lake development. So they would work all kinds of things. I mean, the SROs are a pretty valuable tool for me. We utilize them for all kinds of things. We just heard today that one of our schools is probably going to not be open on Wednesday because of the Chiefs parade. And we're going to utilize that SRO in another position. And that's what's nice about the school resources, because they're very versatile. I can use them as a deputy and in any other position. It could be to work the court. It could be to work the road. It could be putting them in the jail, putting them on a transport, any
As
of
long as you
those.
have that position filled.
What's that?
As long as you have that position filled.
Right.
So right now with the position not filled, we're still,
I'm right now, today, we're down a third in our SRO, in populating the positions. Now, we would say, wow, that's horrible, because now we got people moving from school to school to take care of schools. But I'm looking at summer, and I'm thinking that's the division that comes in and helps me with the summer call load. And because this year our summer call load might go to, 600 calls for service per week. So I'm looking toward the summer too. I'm saying, how are we going to affect that unless we can get certified people hired? Right now, we're looking at repopulating one of those positions. We'll have individual kind of promote or transfer from the jail to school resources. And this summer, that person will be at the academy for 16 weeks. So we're already looking at how do we maintain this loss of personnel throughout the summer and still affect answering the call load.
Okay.
and on some of these agreements here, it talks about how, I don't remember which one it was, but it talked about how we'd provide, this contract would provide, services into the school at the city's expense.
I think one thing to think about, when you start considering that, we have school resource officers in jurisdiction in 4 of those schools. If you looked at Pleasanton, Mound City, Parker, and Lacine, those are within a municipality. That position provides services to that city, absolutely, because in the event of an emergency in the city, that SRO is there and available. So those are things to consider when you start talking about what do we provide? Because quite frankly, if we provide a school resource officer within the municipality, and we'll take Mound City, for instance, because we're here, we are lessening the call load for the city because their police aren't responding to a situation. I can tell you, in this school, we had a situation earlier, and our school resource officer ended up at Children's Mercy Hospital with a child for some issues where we were having some abuse issues and things like that. So they're going to go there and they're going to be collecting evidence before my detectives arrive. So that stuff happens.
Here's a list of,
We would follow one of our children with a traumatic incident like that.
I don't know if you ever saw this, Kevin provided this at a mayor's meeting one time, and it says calls for service answered by Linn County sheriffs within the city limits, and it tells, what they've answered these years, and then it's service by municipal police within the city limits. So it kind of shows, so.
I hadn't seen that.
And then the total call of Linn County sheriffs, what we've provided and what the municipalities, which, I don't know if that helps you out or anything, but.
Okay. Jim, did you have any more issues that you thought we needed to address?
Right now that I can think of, no.
Danny, what were your issues besides we've got airport?
Let's talk about your points. I like your points. It gets us down.
No, I think we need to be going over all these and then determining which one we're going to work on, right?
I mean, I like that. Yeah.
So pay scale as well.
Yeah, and my thought on the whole, like I said, I'm not trying to say we need to charge the cities, but maybe it's an option to think about that so that we can justify paying the employees at his jail a little more so we can utilize the jail to the fullest right now, you know. I know you say, well, you know, we don't know what's going to happen next year. Well, I feel like that we need to utilize the jail to the fullest now. And I walked through the jail over there, and Kevin, you got it. Good job over there. I was really impressed. Yeah. I hope you run again. Yeah, my number one concern is the pay throughout the entire county.
That would be toward the top of my list as well.
Yeah, I feel like that if that run, my opinion is if that operates, if we have that figured out, it'll just help operate the entire county efficiently. I mean, it's a huge concern of mine of, you know, yeah, we're getting people in for, you know, jobs like at the or the public works position, but I mean, are they coming here because they want to make a career out of it, or are they coming here because they want to, you know, try to settle down in the retirement? We're going to be in the same position, you know, 2 years from now. That's what I feel like that's what we do around here, and I think we've got to get ahead of it. I want to bring. I'm not saying that people shouldn't come here to retire, but I'd like to retain, you know, the younger generation too.
Right.
So it's really important to me. So.
Is that where we start?
Sounds like that's what you two want, so I guess that's probably,
Okay.
I'd say you're on the right track.
Okay.
What's your number one? I mean,
I think that's,
You just,
I always look, you know, I think we've got to be working on policies and procedures too. And I know that that's going to be probably on down the list as far as things that we're going to be working on. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't think that, you know, I feel like if I'm ranking what we've talked about, you know, I think that the pay scale probably needs to be our main objective that we're looking at from that standpoint. And trying to develop what our plan's going to be on it. Okay. From there, you know, I think the airport's going to take care of itself. My guess is, since they haven't replied back to us, we're not going to get that grant. At that point, we're going to be looking at how we're going to stop running the airport, right? And I'm not trying to talk for you guys, but
one option, let's look at Pleasanton and see if Pleasanton wants to run it.
So, you know, I kind of look at that one and say that I feel like the health department isn't a pressing issue at this moment because I have confidence that she will get us the numbers here. I can understand your frustration with it, Jim, and everything that way, but, you know, creating a plan for our buildings and going through, and I guess that's really high on my list. You know, being able to look at what we have, you know, I probably did get a little defensive there, Danny.
That's all right.
You know, I read that letter from Goldberg, and my response and what I was thinking was, of course you told us it was unfit. We were trying to pass a bond for a new jail. Right?
Well,
isn't that how that goes?
They told everybody that was unfit.
Right?
Well, I think
and I don't really understand. I don't understand why we look at that building and say that it has electrical issues when I'm sure the courthouse has more electrical issues. If we're going through and we're ranking the buildings we own based off their viability, that one is not last. Is that one in front of this one? It might be. And that's what I'm trying to say. If we're going through and truly assessing where we sit and looking at what we have and what its best uses are, you know, so yeah, I mean, You can ask my family. I saw that letter from him and I was like, well, what in the world? So,
And I called him and I said, hey, do you have a cost analysis on what it was gonna cost versus, in which. I'm
and that's
sure there
fine.
might be. And, he said, and he's like, what are you guys thinking? I'm like, I'm just trying to get a plan together. And, you know, there was his, I mean, that's what he does for a living. And, you know, I don't know if anyone has any more, I mean, just as much knowledge that guy does. You know, more or less, I wanted to know if there was something we had to do to transition from like a jail to a, you know, public entity to, you know,
But-
just throwing options out
But
there,
like,
you know.
like in his letter, he talks about wind and destructive, not being up to codes for that.
What codes is he talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, we don't have any codes in Linn County.
Correct.
Correct. I thought this is the same one.
And that's all I'm talking about, guys.
The last paragraph, he wanted their business.
Yeah, that's what I saw as well, Jim. And,
That's what concerned me.
and, you know, I'm just telling you, that's why I was feeling that way.
You know, and you know, but I'm coming to the situation, you know, because what I say last Monday, I was against it. Then I went out and did a little bit of homework. I've tried to figure out, been blowing Kevin's phone up. I called him on Sunday, and right before I got hit in the face with a brick, and and I think he's the reason I was on the phone. But
Let the public record show.
he needed a break, so I just told him I'd leave him alone. But I was asking him, what the electrical is going to be on it, what his thought on what, if we cut that, all that. My thought is like, if we do put records in the very back of the jail, and there is a mold issue, where mold grow the best if we don't take care of it is in where there's a place where there's not light, where there's windows like this. Trust me, I've been in there. I know what it looks like in there, and I've experienced it. And if there's no light and there's no air running in there, that's where mold grows. So is that the best place for documents? But then you go look at the basement of the courthouse and you're like, holy shit, we got 173 on a 200 scale of moisture down here. So is that really the best place? Yeah. So, and I'm looking at it all with open mind. My opinion is the most important building in the county to us and to the county is the courthouse first.
I agree.
And I could be biased because I work in the preservation company. I try to preserve history, and the jail is not good history for me. So I like the courthouse though. You guys need a laugh around here. But that's where.
But we're not going to stick you in one of the cells at your office.
Well, maybe. But, but I am looking at an open mind. I'm not opposed to giving to it. I mean, heck, I'd rather not tear anything down. It's going to cost a lot of money to tear that thing down. But is it the best interest? I think I even called Kevin out on a limb and I was like, hey, we should just split that up. He's like, you can't split off the courthouse lawn. I was like, well, we can try. Split it off and provide it as an entity to somebody else to come to.
I'm just thinking that, we look at our inventory in our communities, and I know in the Lacine area, a building that was built in 1974 was one of the more recent additions to our community. We're dealing with, look at
what we sold to the public when we said that the building was needed torn down. That's what we sold.
I agree, but that doesn't mean it's right.
That's what we got sold.
They printed off what the vote said on that. And they corrected me right after I saw you in there, and he was in there getting a plan. And I waited for him, and I went and talked to the Register of Deeds, and they printed off what we had voted on for the jail project. And I don't think it was voted on. You said to demo it down? That's what it was told?
That was
what was sold.
It was
He's
sold.
saying
that we need to move into something else instead of adding on to it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't think that's what it was.
And I'm not saying that it was functional to be used as a jail anymore. I'm just saying that if we're looking at building inventory within our areas, a building built in 1974 has to be more updated than one built in 1900. And we are using some of those buildings as office space. And I'm not talking about just us. I'm talking about throughout the county.
I agree.
Lacine, Mound City, Pleasanton, you know, that building. And that's why I'm saying, no matter how it was sold, it's not our job to go back and re-argue what happened. It's our job to do the best thing going forward.
Going forward, yes, I agree.
And I just feel strongly that tearing that building down, we would be looking in the future here at spending more taxpayer dollars on something else coming up in its site.
That's basically what I thought about this building too, saving it. Because we'd have to build something different.
Right?
Even though it is gonna take a facelift like you talked about, but you couldn't build the building for what we're gonna spend on it.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to do from that standpoint.
I agree.
Is I'm trying to, and I think we're making headway on that by talking to other people, trying to get a little more expertise and things that way. And Danny, you know that I'm not a building expert. I cannot fix anything in my house. Okay? You can ask my wife. She's frustrated with me all the time over that. That is not what I'm good at. You know, and I'm willing to say that, but we can find people that are good at those things to get us the information we need to make the appropriate decisions.
All right, and that's why, and I was reaching out to Goldberg for his analysis.
And I'm not,
He's like, Chris, I contacted Chris too to ask him about the tower, because I thought we'd already had a plan, or, you know, a ballpark number, but I guess we don't. But I asked him to reach out to his tower guy that he has a good contact with and see what it's going to cost to keep it versus tearing it down if the building's there or not. And, you know, like I said, I'm all open to because I know that if it's a county building, it's not going to, you can't really run that like a business because it's not going to make us money. We're going to have to spend money on it. I get that. But I want to, you know, is it more justifiable to be in the old attorney's or the old judicial center versus doing I don't even know what the bid came in on to repair that, or to crash that idea and move everybody over to the jail and see what that price is for that. You know, I'm just trying to think of all possibilities and so I mean, I didn't come in trying to, you know, force the demo down anybody's throat. I was throwing out, you know, just like this. I mean, I didn't even, prepared all this through all night, you know, and I just, I wanted to be ready for a plan and, you know, pros and cons of everything.
okay. So the first item of business that we need to do is looking at the pay scale.
I believe.
How do you want to move forward on that? Do we want to look into the employee survey, figure out what's important to the employees, and start trying to gather some more information along those lines?
Do we have anything like that in the comprehensive plan? Does that state anything in there? Or does it state just what the public wanted?
That was all public.
I think we got to utilize that to the fullest too. I mean, we spend a lot of money on that, and I think we have to refer back to that comprehensive plan and figure out what the people want, you know. But then that all my issues kind of lead from all these issues I brought up. I think have just been running ordinary. No one's ever questioned. I think that if we put a handle on it and we not try to regulate it, but just trying to make sense of it, where we're not, you know, losing everybody so other places can, you know, operate properly, because it's just how things have happened. I just feel like the employees, we could maybe try to adjust all that by doing that. That'd be a good plan, in my eyes, to utilize, you know, if we say we did charge Pleasanton, say we did charge him, you know, there's money that's going back into Kevin's budget that he's not asking for. And, or like, let's see, what else would be something? I mean, yeah, I think if we that could be a possibility. That could be a plan or an option to help our employees out, because Kevin's not in here asking for $7 million budget or whatever. You know, we can try to eliminate a lot of that cost and have a little bit of income. We're not going to make money off of it. You know, I know that. And I don't expect the cities to, you know, one of these is like $9,000 a month. I'm like, holy crap. Like, they charge $45 for jail right here. It's separate to what he provides. With Kevin, you run your jail and your sheriff's department, two separate businesses, right? I mean, assets.
So it's never been ran that way before, and we're starting with the new jail system. We're kind of breaking things apart to get used to that process. And I would say it's not going to happen this year. I would say within the next year to two that we would like to be able to break apart sheriff's office budget and jail budget to some extent to show, because what we want to be able to show is what goes into the jail versus what goes on to into patrol or bailiffs or any of those types of things.
You can already provide that, can't you? I mean,
I'm sorry.
you can already provide that pretty much, can't you? I mean,
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I have the documentation. We've started somewhat of a separation there because I have a clerk who works in the jail side now too. So we're making ourselves used to start different approval processes. So when a bill comes in for the jail, it approves through that approval process in the jail and then comes to me ultimately. When a bill comes into the office, there's different people in our office who would code that bill, and then ultimately it comes to me to see the what we're doing and the why we're doing it, right, with the expenditure of the funds. So, yeah, we're starting to break those two processes apart because, I mean, realistically, the jail is it's the lion's share of the budget, if you will. And we want to be able to show that so there's understanding as to where certain products, when we purchase those, where do they go? You know, it's not like, it's not like patrol is utilizing their capture shield from the jail. So it's not fair because really, I mean, all that the citizen sees when you talk about the sheriff's office in the community, they see a car out patrolling, right? So, but that's really one of my smaller divisions by half. The larger divisions, jail, staff, and things like that within the jail, and products, the things that we spend dollars on, because it's not like patrol or the bailiffs or the detectives are utilizing the clinical services in the jail. So those all go to the jail, and we're trying to get that broke apart just to give the commission and the citizens a better idea of where our expenditures are.
Good.
and if you guys haven't went over and walked through all the details with Kevin, I encourage you because you'll learn a lot. And I just really like how,
I have been over there.
I'm just saying like how he runs stuff and how things make sense whenever we ask him to, pay all the bills over here. And then, I feel like we don't ever take that into consideration when he comes in here and wants, I don't know, $5 increase in his budget. I mean, we're like, nope. I mean, Kevin, why didn't you come over here for the longest time? Give me the truth.
Because I was treated bad, and I don't go where I'm treated bad. I have no need to be there. It's my personal mission.
And that's why I say that our culture that we've established is flawed. We should be appreciating you and the job you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that, Commissioner, but I work hard for this county to the tune of a lot of hours per week, and I take my position very seriously. And when people treat me like crap, I don't go back.
Right.
I did a little bit of research on Dickinson County. It was late. So they have 16 correction officers, 5 admins.
What towns in Dickinson County? Abilene.
Yeah, so their population is 18,000 or so, a little over that. So they have 16 correction officers, 5 admins, and I can't remember what I put here, but and then 13 patrol officers, and their jail can house, from what I read in 2022, was 38 prisoners. Does that sound right?
So
But I know they just did a remodel.
does Abilene have its own police force with a city of its size?
Oh, yes. Very robust police department, actually. Very large. I would say that the sheriff probably serves about the same rural area that we would serve here. Probably if we were to look at a county, and Commissioner Johnson will appreciate this because he has some close connection, but Coffee County would probably be our closest in. I always tell Sheriff Johnson he's my sister county because I like to call him my sister. But we have about the same call load. We have about the same, we will have the same size of jail. In the upcoming months, I think he's probably 18 months out. And we have a lot of very close similarities with Coffee County as far as county size, what our
Funding.
processes are and things like that.
Funding.
So correction officer
Yeah.
and your detention officers is that the same thing?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, they have 16 for 38 prisoners in Dickinson, and we have 16. Is that right?
Yes.
With open spots?
Now, they just done an addition to their
Yeah,
jail.
I know. I'm going off 2022, what, the very beginning budget from
Mm-hmm.
2021. But you have 16 detention officers too, right?
That's right. Well, I have 16 positions.
16.
I wish I had 16
And
DOs.
they offer for 38 prisoners. And do they have any federal contracts? Do you know?
They do not.
They do?
They do not.
They do not.
I know the sheriff very well, Jerry Davis.
And I believe that it's pretty similar. And you run how many in your jail?
Right now, today, we had 49, I believe was on my report this morning, with 31 farmed in.
I think we're living way below our needs and expecting too much revenue to come from his jail. And
Oh, my revenue expectations haven't yet started, Commissioner. I expect that we'll do more and better. I did know,
we'll be able to do better if we don't provide you with the.
well, all we have to have is people. We have to have people to make the process work. I know that Commissioner Johnson last week had a concern because I received a call from Mr. McCliney and actually a personal visit from him and his son about he came in and got the federal contract because there was a concern about how long is our contract for and all these things. And it's a 4-year contract. I worked our contract for our county. We can renegotiate dollars after the first 12 months if we see a need to. We have to be able to prove a need to renegotiate. And I can tell you that where we're at and what we're doing for the federal government, there's probably not a lot of other sheriff's offices that will or have done what we're doing. Because we took on a transportation contract. I think you'll find most of those contracts are for in the $78 to $82 range. Ours is $88. It's that way because we took on a transportation contract that others would not. We weren't the first facility that was given consideration for the contract. The first facility south of the metro to serve as the hub for KCK federal courts was Miami County. They denied it. They couldn't do it. We took it on, and Under Sheriff Johnson can tell you he's been on prisoner transports for them because in our office, there's nothing that's not our job. We do everything for the good of the citizen of the county. And I can tell you, we took it on and did it that way because we could maximize the amount of dollars coming into Linn County to help get back on this bond issue. We want to see it pay off sooner than later. And as soon as we can start utilizing dollars, and I hope the commission would agree, is that we pay that bond issue down and we get it done because there's other needs in our county. We have to start looking at things like firehouses and things like that for some situation at some point one day.
Of course.
So,
Kevin, I know you've looked into all these contracts and stuff. Is it typical to return all those funds in the general fund without anything going back into the sheriff's department? I mean, and it's in your budget, or does that make sense?
well, Commissioner, this is what I would say. For accountability, if you were to try to make the sheriff accountable for dollars of income coming in, I've got so many things going on, and you know it. You know it. 7 days a week, I got something happening.
I don't think we should.
Now,
Do you think
now-
we should get a percentage of instead of, because that would help with your.
I don't want it, and here's why. Because when I walk into this room in June, I would hope that this commission would understand that I'm not trying to screw nobody over. I just need what I need, and we're going to keep operating. And if I can give all the funds to you, you guys say, these funds came in, this is where we're at. You can compare those. You get a monthly statement from us that says, this is what we brought in or what we didn't. And I would just want the county to realize that those dollars in the general fund It's all totally accounted for, doesn't even come to an account that I have control over. Mrs. Cleveno has all of that control over those accounts, and I 100% know that she will accurately report all of those dollars. And that takes the monkey off of my back, so I don't have a concern. And when I come in June, you guys make me accountable for what I'm spending. I'm just fine with that, but understand I'm not trying to hurt anybody.
I don't think that, I mean, I got your budget right here and, you know, like I've told you many times, I appreciate, you know, what you did and especially the rubber cover. It's pretty cool. But, you know, I looked over this again last night and just, you know, I know you do get beat up.
Well, it's not that. I mean, what we have to keep in mind is we have 44,000 square foot of lived-in area over there. And that area, we maintain it through our budget. And we are fine with that. I'm terrified this year about where we're going to come in on maintenance costs and things like that because we have a lot of kind of big equipment, you know, that we have to maintain. I'm sorry. Unknowns. And we've talked about that. We talked about that in 20. We talked about it in 21. We've talked about it in 22. Ever since the plan with the RM&P plan came out about costs and what it's going to cost to operate and all of that stuff. We've talked about those things. It has been in my budgets. I've referred to that many times. And that study's a 2019 study that was done before I came. And I got my hands on it and I say, hey, this is what we got to move forward with because y'all paid for it. So, you know, those are things that I just want the commission to consider and say, he's paying for the boiler maintenance.
Everything has to be taken into consideration and not just, we just see what you're asking for and see what you do, maintaining the building over there or maintaining.
You know, I would say, I would say this was last week when we had all those winds, we had door blow open, broke the top arm on the door. I called a local welder and I said, hey, I need you to weld a rod back together for me. We could have went out and bought one. It was $74. I went to a local welder, said I need some help with this. We put it down on a trailer that he was building. He welds it back together. He charged me $0.00. But he knows he'll get me later because we'll need something else done and it'll be a bigger project. And he told me that. He said, I'm not going to charge you nothing today, but wait for later. I'll get you later. Just remember we had this thing, what we did. But that's how we're doing things. We're not going out there and throwing away dollars. That's not what we do. We try to save it. If y'all don't know that by now, look at my history of return to the commission.
You know, and we said that we don't know what the next elected person is going to do. Well, but if we have an operating plan of how it's been working and what our expectations are and what we, you know, how we expect that elected person to administrate that, then that's all we can ask for. I mean, better than not asking for anything and saying, well, you're elected to do whatever you want, because that's not okay. That's not how we do things. We shouldn't do things. But I feel like we do. We put that decision back on that elected person because they're elected. And I don't feel like that I don't feel like that we should do that. Because I'm not afraid to take accountability for anything. I get yelled at all the time. I don't care. I mean, you know what I mean? What do you think, Jim?
Listen,
Let's get it all out there. We can't move forward until we get it all out there. This is good. I mean, we all three think differently. Ain't a bad thing.
No, it's not.
But we can only move forward when we all execute or figure out the problem and try to execute a plan to figure it out. So I feel like that we've been content in the county way too long. And if it's running the airport, for instance, you know, and yeah, I guess I should have paid a little more attention to details throughout all these budgets. And, you know, I'll take that. But now I want to get a plan together and move forward for the betterment of the county. And that's what I'm trying to do. So not trying to argue or fight or think my way's the best, because hell, I don't know if it's the best, but we put our three minds together and we'll figure it out, I think.
Me too. Okay.
Jim, you got anything?
I don't have anything.
Oh, that's me over here in my pile of mess. What else?
Have fun without me next week.
Yeah, I really need that computer. I've
Yeah, you do.
I took me an hour to get my printer going last night, but you know, and I'm just trying to. All I'm doing is trying to get details, and I've been just trying to do my you know, duty on that. So I wasn't. It's kind of like those. You said something earlier about you didn't have all the info. Well, I didn't either, but and I don't think I can just send it to you guys. So
The person who gets it to you could.
I got it on myself. I just got on. I mean, most of my stuff is like
But, so, okay, how does that work?
If you get information, you can have whoever you get the information from, mail or send it to all three.
Right.
Just to do it individually.
So if we get information, can we pass it to the clerk's office and then have it sent out with the agenda? I mean, that's what we're talking about doing with the file folders and things that way. You know, so, you know, if you have something that you want us to have that way so that we can read through it before the meeting, I would certainly appreciate it if I had it beforehand, so I could feel like I was prepared for the meeting.
And you know,
because
it happened at 2:50 this morning. So I messaged Darren because I found that CUP.
And I was asleep, and I wouldn't have been checking my phone or anything that way because
I just wanted to have all my details so that we, you know, because I'm not a good arguer and I don't want to argue, but I want to have my facts so that, you know, and just get all the details out there. And, you know, if I don't expect you guys to agree with me, and I'm not going to agree with everything you guys do, but I think we can get it all out in the open and then we can move forward. So I think today was good.
Okay, me too.
I think I'm tired, but so next week we'll
I won't be here.
oh yeah, that's right. Then the meantime,
On Tuesday, I won't be here.
Tuesday's meeting.
and not following
So do we want
set
to,
a date on get all our details together for
what we need to discuss as far as the pay scale, how we're going to attack it?
how we're going to
And
attack it.
things,
Yeah,
things that way, have that on the agenda for the following week?
I think
Does that sound agreeable, guys?
first.
That'd be the 27th? The meeting on the 27th?
I might be gone, man.
Are you guys all right with me starting to try to put together a list of questions that we could put on an employee survey? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should all just do our homework on how we got to where we are and what we can do to move forward, and maybe a few different plans that how we can do that, you know, and then we put all our details together as one.
And try to shake it out. Right?
Do you agree?
Okay. 27.
I think that's a good starting point.
Okay.
And if we find any information that we think will be useful to each other, we can send it to David and Katie and
have them get it out.
I'm sure we'll find a lot of stuff that, I don't know, maybe that doesn't make sense or does make sense and rhymes the reason, so.
Okay. You need a motion to adjourn?
So I'll second it.
Did you get a motion?
Yeah.
Second. Motion moving, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. You want to take any of that and review it? I don't know what I got.